it's just a friendly reminder. You head over to wherever you get podcasts from and check out the Corners of the Culture podcast. It's cool watching the downloads change a little bit because I was concerned. I really thought the second episode was good. Like I thought it was really, really good. And man, it didn't do the numbers the first one did. Then I realized, the first one's still growing. So people are still listening to the first one. And I guess that's the beauty of this is it's evergreen. It's not going to get old. It's not like, D'Lo and KC. It's not like the daily radio show. Like it doesn't get old. You can listen to it anytime you want to. So we hope you'll go check it out. Kenny and I just recorded a new one last night. New episode will post tomorrow. I know I say this all the time, man. They're good. These podcasts are good, man. So go check them out. I think you'll dig them. All right. I see the Giants getting their ass whooped. Probably just scratch that from the rundown. I can hear you on the oh, there you are. Okay. It looked like you were connected on the.
Yeah, everything was going smooth. I moved my computer from the table up to the little stanchion, and then boom, everything's disconnected. Just one little move, and everything's disconnected. It's like, great.
If only we had a studio to broadcast from.
What's going on, everybody?
I literally had to log into the meeting and said that, like, I'm just here so you know ESPN exists. It's the only reason I'm here.
Did you get belly laughs?
No. Oh, how could we forget you guys? Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I was on email either.
Good Lord. She said the distribution list is old. It's being updated now. That's what it was. The programming distribution list is old.
Donnie Dope Ones was good, baby.
Oh man, and 11. You know what a noon check-in means? It means Donnie been up all night working.
Donnie, I'm about to text. I got an idea. And I ain't gonna lie, I wanted to do it, but I just don't think it's not gonna happen. And I think Donnie could execute it pretty good. I think it'd be pretty dope. I'm gonna text you, Donnie. I'm gonna
text you too, because you might be ESPN 1320's new graphic designer.
Because
I need something done, and I have to go to you to Dave Garcia, because I literally asked in an email, hey, who can get this done for us? Crickets. No one. Okay. So just, I love Dope Ones doing it, but like Donnie and Dave don't do it for free. Like these dudes got businesses to run.
Well, do it live.
I'm happy to do it unless y'all, y'all want to reimburse me for all this stuff.
We know how that goes. We know how that goes.
That's what it is. That's what it is. What is good, baby? Welcome in here to the Wednesday, August 24th edition of D'Lo and KC. I'm Damian Borling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
We are so happy.
Players, this is not on you.
So listen,
what are you doing? Like, what are you doing?
Give you my follow-up drop.
So now we're just picking like random things to follow up. Acknowledge me. That's all right. That's all right. I like it. It's all good.
like Jesse said, we're gonna have the first two plays scripted every game.
Yeah, we got to. Kenny, yeah.
Oh, poor AJ. Oh, keep your head up, AJ. Keep your head up.
Kenny's losing board privileges sometime soon. I thought, man, we'll be ready for week 1 of the football season. Maybe we'll be ready for the Super Bowl.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Niners
Cross our
parade.
fingers.
Maybe we'll be ready then. First Niners parade. That'll be the first week into the studio.
The Niners parade, of course. Good. It only took 1 minute before we got to the 49ers winning the Super Bowl.
Hey, real quick, a mini 13th round. Did you?
We're doing that to start the show. We're doing
just
that?
really, really small because Jesse brought it up. So you know the AJ sound, right?
Mhm.
Hustlers, Nicky Ball.
Mhm. Mhm.
Did you see our guy AJ have a
Well,
breakdown?
of course I saw it because you tweeted it.
Poor AJ had a breakdown in the ring.
That's
Feel bad for my man.
That's unfortunate.
Get well soon, AJ.
Welcome to the show. James Ham will be with us in the final hour of the show. One of the draft process, one of draft times, worst fears may have actually come to fruition here, as Shams tweeted today that Chet Holmgren, there is fear that Chet Holmgren has torn ligaments in his foot. And as a matter of fact, an exam did show that Chet Holmgren has torn ligaments in his foot. The Oklahoma City Thunder are going to, they're working on establishing a timetable for Chet Holmgren. The belief is he injured it in a Pro-Am game in Seattle. The video clip is out there. I'm sure that's going to be talked about for, the next 2 days. This is one of those things, man. You hope it's not, you hope it's not a big deal. I feel like when you're dealing with rookies, when you're dealing with big men who are rookies, when you're dealing with big men who are rookies in their feet, the instant reaction is like, okay, well, you're not going to play your rookie year. Like, okay, we're just going to shut you completely down to be safe. But unfortunately, this was it. This was the concern. This was the fear. And it doesn't appear like it's something hereditary or something because he's too tall or too skinny. It's something that happened during a basketball game. But regardless of how it happened, this is what a lot of people, including myself, were fearful of. We talked about this early in our evaluation of Chet Holmgren. Like, I just don't know why I can't wrap my arms around him. Now, that changed a lot because of his personality, which I absolutely fell in love with. But I still had those same concerns about, like, man, once you crack that 7-foot marker, it gets scary. And I know Oklahoma City Thunder fans are and rightfully so, freaked out by this.
I know you just said, the injury doesn't have anything with him being too skinny or too tall or anything, but I don't know. Might.
Yeah, it might. Yeah.
And that's not his fault.
But man, is like, he didn't hurt it walking.
Right.
Like if something happened, it happened in a basketball game. And if you want to connect all those dots, it's fair. It's perfectly fair.
And it's not his fault. It's not him. Oh, he shouldn't have been playing in the pro. Nothing like that. It's just something that it feels this way. I don't have the scientific proof, but it feels like this is something that we see once you see a little more often once you get to guys that are 6'11", 7 foot, 7'1", 7'2". They have feet problems. And Kevin Durant, who he's been, compared to in some respects, even he had it. He broke his foot and he was able to rebound from that and continue to have a illustrious career. And, I haven't heard him say anything about it. You don't see any effects of the broken foot later in his career, but there's other guys who just haven't been able to get right from it. And I hope this is just some abnormal injury and it's a one-time thing. I hope it's more like the Kevin Durant thing than it is. We saw here Marvin Bagley had issues with his feet. He can never get right. And other guys taller than that generally have problems with the feet. So I hope it's more Kevin Durant than anything.
And this is going to be, and understandably, it's going to probably be over-examined with the football season still a couple of weeks away and training camp for the NBA still a month away. Like this, the Pro-Am, this felt like the summer of the Pro-Am. That's going to be, evaluated greatly. This is believed to have happened in the game that Jamal Crawford had to shut down. The one with the condensation on the court. It's believed to happen in that game. So now you got to wonder, does the NBA step in and say, again, there's no evidence that this happened because of the court or anything along those lines, but you just have to wonder, is there an overreaction to this, or is it even an overreaction? Does the NBA react to this? Do players react to this? Like, kind of what is the fallout if the injury did occur and it all appearances are, it did occur in this Pro-Am. Like, what's the fallout from that?
Yeah.
Because the Pro-Am felt like it was popping this year. I can't remember years past. I remember here and there, but it felt like every week we were hearing, oh, the NBA stars are at the Drew League. NBA stars are, out in Seattle.
Yeah. I mean, and those are the two biggest ones. And they have the one in Dyckman that I know is pretty big in New York, but I don't think you get that many NBA guys out there because they're outside. But those two are the ones that reign supreme right now, and NBA players are playing in them. And I think it's good for the sport. I think it's good for the league itself. I think it's good for the sport of basketball. So I hope there isn't this super overreaction to not playing these Pro-Ams, because to be honest with you, here's on one end, I hear people saying, hey, you don't want them in those environments playing, in the Pro-Am games or anything. On the other end, they're going to play basketball.
Right.
If it's not the Pro-Am and you want nothing with nobody there, they're going to play a Rico Hines thing.
They're not at home in an oxygen chamber all off season.
Right.
They're going to work.
They're going to play. And as long as you're, I can understand like being smart with your body, not overworking yourself, maybe monitoring stuff like that, then, sure, let them play. Let them continue to play in that. And I don't think the NBA, first of all, NBA better not step in, because they were, I don't want to say profiting off these Pro-Ams this year, but the streams and the NBA TV games, like, don't act holier than now. Yeah. You know what I mean? And say, oh, we can't have these things. You are absolutely taking advantage, and you're going to take advantage next summer. So let it be. Let them play. These guys, like I said, they're going to play regardless, whether it's at the Drew in the Seattle Pro-Am in front of, 2,000 people, or if it's at Rico Hines' place with a closed gym with just NBA guys, or Davion Mitchell, having his friends help him out and defend him while he works on moves. They're going to do these things. And it's just unfortunate that sometimes, and especially in this situation, guys go down.
Yeah, it's again, it's super unfortunate. He was a player I was looking forward to seeing this season. No timetable, no ruling. Again, we've saw this with Joel. We saw it with Greg Oden. We've seen it with players in the past. We saw it with Ben Simmons. If there's enough of a concern to where, okay, he's injured. What's the timeline? All right, the timeline's far enough into the season. Oh, by the way, we're still the Oklahoma City Thunders. We were going to be fun to watch. We were going to lose a lot of games. We were probably going to lose a lot of games by a lot, but we were going to be fun to watch. Our target for the top of the draft is firmly within sight next year. So maybe we'll keep that in mind as we determine what we're going to do with Chet Holmgren moving forward.
Well, the thing that comes to my mind first off is we're not seeing Chet Holmgren this year.
Yeah.
I hope that's not the case. And I hope, and when I say that, it's not because he's just going to be hurt the entire year. I think there's going to be a time when he could come back, but I don't think OKC's going to bring him back. And I think they'll redshirt him. Like you said, they have a plan in place that will be even more in place without Chet Holmgren in the middle to start the season. So if you're OKC, what's one more year of tanking?
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing. We've discussed this before. They probably were going to do some level of, I don't want to say tanking, but they were probably going to do some level of like load managing as the season came to a conclusion, and you had a feel for who the bottom 4 or 5 teams are in the league and what that was all going to look like. And yeah, we'll get that one more though. We could get that one more next year, and that next year's the prize draft. So let's kind of pull things back a little bit, and now it could just be an entirely, different level. You hope it, create too much frustration for some of the players who are there, because it's going to be a frustrating year for them if Holmgren is out the entire year.
The crazy thing about it is, what if they tanked and got the number 1 pick? And you have Chet and Wembanyama.
Man,
would you even do that? Is that what I guess?
I don't even know. Like, how could you
Put
not?
Chet at the 4. I'm at the 5.
I don't even. I don't know. That's wild.
Nuts.
I have two dude. Like, how tall is Wemby? 7. He's 7 and
7'3",
change.
I think. Yeah, I think he's 7'3".
Be a wild team photo though. It'd be a wild starting lineup photo with those two out there anchoring.
And
anchoring.
And the funny thing about it is, Giddey's not small as a point guard. I feel like Giddey's like 6. I could be wrong, but I feel he's like 6'6". Thought he was like a taller point guard. So, damn. Reggae Sand brings up a good point though. SGA ain't getting tired of this.
Yeah. I mean, it's perfectly fair to ask that, which is why, you know, these years and years of not fielding a competitive team is problematic. We'll talk more about this. We'll talk more about the fallout with Chet Holmgren. We'll talk more NBA.
And I don't know if you want to do this right after the break or later in the show, but I have to present something to you. I think it's going to blow your mind.
Boy, this better pay off, man. This better pay off. I don't know what this is, but we'll find out when D'Lo and KC return here on ESPN 1320.
Nah, this is.
Are you watching the game on your phone?
No, I'm sending this text message.
I just
they
like
got
when
to the point where
when the game went to, because I have the game on. Full disclosure, I turned it on after it was 6-0. So
yeah,
it's
thanks
not my
a
fault.
lot.
It was 6-0 already. Like, I just put it on now, so I knew when it was over. When it went to commercial, I felt like you looked up. I was like, oh, he's just watching the game on his phone. Okay. And then I thought, why? Why are you watching this?
Yeah, I looked at that situation after it got to 6-0, and I was like, bro, what are we doing here?
Wasn't even
They're not
6
coming back from this.
It wasn't even a slow build. It's just 6-0
An
one inning.
avalanche. Well, the killer is bases loaded, scoreless game, no balls, 2 strikes, and you hit it like he hits this in between hop to Brandon Crawford. Brandon Crawford takes a bad hop, goes by him. I mean, how can I be mad at Brandon Crawford? This is one of the greatest defensive shortstops, and probably the greatest defensive shortstop in the history of the Giants. He makes that play 9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100. And this was the one time where it got by him. And then, then the floodgates open. Oh my God.
Well, at least they're surging. Apparently, that seems to be accurate.
Before, I don't think you were here, Damon, but I said, much like I said, win 5 out of 7 in that homestand.
Mm-hmm.
I said, go on. It's an 8-game road trip, 5-3. They've already lost 2. They're probably going to lose 3. It means they're going to have to reach that. They're going to have to sweep the Twins, which isn't going to happen. But damn, if you can come back 4-4, maybe you can help yourself out a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's over, man.
Well, the Padres keep losing. Soto's out. Soto got scratched yesterday. If they would win and put us out of our misery, sure. Just one, the Brewers and then the Padres. And both of those teams stink. They're much like the Giants. They just got a head start. Well, no, the Padres don't stink, but they're choke artists. The Brewers aren't very good.
Brad, to answer your question, yes, there absolutely is a rule that Oklahoma City can sign another player. It's not going to affect their salary cap because they're not. At this point of the season, you're not going to be able to sign a player who's even going to remotely affect your salary cap. But yeah, as it pertains more to roster spots, there's I think it's called a hardship exemption or something like that. But yeah, there's workarounds for that.
What I was going to tell you is football related. You want to do that now? Or you want to say what KD and all that other stuff?
Oh, you tease something like you got to pay it off.
No, I said it could be now or it can be later in the show. I said I don't know when you want to do it, but
Y'all don't know. Like, I really fly blind on this show. Like, I have no clue what's.
well, this was a late ad, and I said what? And I had to do the reason. This was like 20 minutes ago.
Okay.
But if I look hard enough, yeah, I can find 12. Well, like 7 more.
Dr. David. Dr. David knows what time it is. That's a good question.
Yeah, they do. There's 10s out there. I thought about getting one at one point, but I was like, I don't know how long he's gonna be here. We'll talk about that, Jesse. I like Jimmy. Well, you know I do. I like him. Stop it. No, I'm definitely ready for him to go. It's time to move on. But I like Jimmy.
D'Lo and KC brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Kenny said he's got something that's going to blow our mind. I think we're going to put that off for a few minutes. Are you ready to do this now?
I mean, it's ready whenever you're ready to hear it.
You teased it. Might as well pay it off. I have no clue what this is, so we'll all find out together.
So
just for those who are new to the show, Kenny's teases are notorious letdowns. So
I think this is a good one.
Okay. All right.
It's football related.
Okay.
And to be honest with you, to be fair to you and everybody else, I actually hate these things. Like how I'm about to present it to you, I hate it because it always gets me in a situation. It's like, oh my gosh, like the numbers don't support maybe what I've felt for a long time. But I don't care about the numbers. I'm gonna just have this thought anyway. I'm gonna have this feeling anyway. That's how I usually feel, right? So let's see. How do I present? Okay. Dak Prescott.
Okay.
Damian likes Dak Prescott. Damian thinks Dak Prescott is really good.
I do.
I think Dak Prescott is pretty good. Damian thinks he's better than I think he is, but that's neither here nor there. In his 5 years as a starter, he's had 20,227 yards. That's an average. Actually, it's 6 years as a starter, but I took away the one where he broke his leg. I took that out because it's like 6 games or something like that. So that would have hurt his average. I took that out.
Okay.
And he was on pace to have a big year. That would have been big numbers, but I took it out. I just did 5 full seasons. 20,227 yards. That's an average of 4,045 yards a season. 66% passing on his career. 134 touchdowns in his career. 26.8 per season in his 5 years as starter. Okay. Now, I'm going to give you a blind player here.
Oh, good. Oh, great. Great. I love this game.
7 years as a starter, so he's got 2 more years. And he's got 29,563 yards passing. That's an average, though, in 7 years of 4,223 yards a season. 200 more than Dak.
Okay.
67% passing percentage. 223 touchdowns. He averages 31.8 touchdowns a season in his 7 years, 7 starting seasons.
Okay.
Can you think of who that player is?
I think so. And I think part of the reason I think it's this player is because of your reaction. Is it Kirk Cousins? Oh, is it Kirk Cousins? Really?
Ding, ding, ding. Bro, so I heard this for the first time this morning, and somebody was like, yo, look at Dak and Kirk, and it is a lot closer than people give it credit for. And people talk about Kirk like he's a dog. And really what I get out of this, Damien, more than anything, is Kirk is better than I think we give him credit for.
So I'm calling cap on that. I don't think people talk that badly about Kirk Cousins. I think sometimes Kirk Cousins is talked about like I think when you like that and all of the different little catchphrases he did, I think that's where he hit like a point of oversaturation. It's like, okay, wait a minute. Like, no, that's cool. Like, no, this is good. Then y'all started talking about him like it was Peyton, Brady, Kirk. And like, I think that's where the disconnect came. I never thought Kirk Cousins was bad. There's a lot of things of Kirk Cousins I'm not particularly a fan of. I never thought he was that bad of a quarterback.
Agreed.
Still think Dak's better, but
I'll say this though. Because I would do it. I'm not even leaving Damien out on the island with this one. Somebody came to you and was like, yo, Kirk Cousins is the same level quarterback as Dak Prescott. If Phil called and said that, we would be like, Phil, you're out of your damn mind. Like you are out of your mind. Dak is way better than Kirk Cousins. And it's not really that true. Now, Kirk, I didn't know he threw the ball like this. Like he's had one season where he was under 4,000.
Did anyone have Kirk Cousins on their bingo card, by the way? Did anyone have that for the tease? Because I didn't. I definitely
once I started reading it, a couple people, I think Rich was the first one to say Kirk Cousins when I said guess the quarterback.
No. I'm talking about when you teased this 10 minutes ago.
Oh, no.
Who had this show steering towards Kirk Cousins and Dak Prescott? I didn't. I got to admit, I didn't. So
now, it probably wouldn't have made the show if it wasn't Dak Prescott. If it was Kirk and Ryan Tannehill, it probably wouldn't have made it. But Dak is your boy. We've had passionate conversations about Dak Prescott. And I was like, you're right. Dak is pretty nice. I just don't trust him. And him and Kirk Cousins, they might be the same quarterback. They might be essentially the same quarterback. I've told you, I don't trust Dak Prescott when the chips are down. And I don't think anybody trusts Kirk Cousins when the chips are down.
This is why you didn't tell me about this stupid thing in advance, is because you knew I wasn't going to take kindly to it. So if you want to do this, let's go ahead and do this.
Jesse, your thoughts real quick. Kirk and Dak.
So Kirk Cousins his best record in the league is 10-5.
Uh-huh.
I want to remind you, John Kitna once led the league in passing. The Detroit Lions quarterback once led the league in passing. Dak Prescott has had seasons of 13-3, 9-7, 10-6, 8-8, and 11-5.
That's cool. Like I think Dak has 2 playoff wins and Kirk got 1. I think Dak is like 2-3 in the playoffs.
Okay.
Like that, I don't. When the chips are down, I don't trust Dak Prescott. Just like I don't trust Kirk Cousins. Yes, 100%.
9-7, 8-7-1, 7-9, 8. How do you finish 8-7-1 twice? You kidding me right now? 10-5, 7-9, 8-8. What do we? You know who Kirk Cousins is? He's Jason Garrett. That's who he is. He's Jason Garrett. Stop this. You should be ashamed of yourself for bringing this to the show.
And look, I'll ask this question.
Delete this out of the podcast. Don't let this live in the podcast universe.
I'll ask this question. And not that it would matter, because I think they'd end up doing the same things. But Dak has had way better surrounding cast than Kirk Cousins. At one point, for like 2 years, Dak had the best offensive line in the game. He had a literal wall in front of him. He had a top 5 to 10 running back. Now
he lost the playoff game because Aaron Rodgers threw one of the greatest passes in history. You talk about Dak Prescott isn't clutch. Dak Prescott led the Dallas Cowboys to a game-winning drive. Their defense couldn't stop Aaron Rodgers.
Oh well, look here. We give Aaron Rodgers.
Did Dak Prescott got to do that too?
we
This is ridiculous.
we
I
give
want to go
Aaron
back
Rodgers
to
a
talking
lot of
about Chet
flack.
Holmgren's foot. This is stupid. You're gonna have people thinking I'm a Dallas Cowboys fan again, and I'm not. But don't talk about that. Go back and watch that pass from Aaron Rodgers. The greatest pass in the history of professional football. One of the greatest catches in the history of professional football. That's how the Cowboys lost that game.
Can I remind you that
No.
Dak Prescott with no timeouts, with about 12 seconds to go, ran a quarterback
that's Mike
draw.
McCarthy's fault. That's Mike McCarthy's fault.
He ran a quarterback draw.
That's Mike McCarthy's fault.
12 seconds left and no timeouts.
That's Mike McCarthy's fault.
I don't trust Dak Prescott in the clutch as far as I can throw him. And when I say clutch, I mean the playoffs. He's had some regular season moments, absolutely. I don't trust that guy in the playoffs. Don't look at me like that.
I want to look at you at all. So, apologies to those on you. doing the rest of the show out of the screen. I want to talk more about Chet's foot, and you're over here talking about Dak Prescott. Dak does get the Cowboys rub. I mean, there's no doubt about that.
Did Romo get a Cowboys rub too?
Or
Or
probably
was
Romo was really good.
I mean, there's not. I don't think there's
Romo,
anything wrong
just,
with saying a Cowboys rub. Like
when
I
you're
don't
really
think
good
that.
and you're on the Dallas Cowboys, it's just too much. Like it just becomes too much. It's like the pressure of them putting the 88 on a wide receiver. Like, why are you guys doing this? This is you're putting unnecessary pressure on whoever you're putting in that jersey. Don't do that. You can't control you can't control ESPN. Cowboys move the needle. You can't control like those, national talk shows moves the needle. But Tony Romo was a very, very good quarterback. Dak Prescott, to me, is a very, very good quarterback. And I don't look at him and Kirk Cousins as the same thing, regardless of what number said.
I think Dak is a good quarterback. I wouldn't put the very in there. He's an all-star, not a superstar.
Don't do that. Don't do this. There's about to be another West Roseville internet outage.
Pragmatic. I don't know if pragmatic meant this, but the good old above the rim, Bernie Mac and above the rim. It can't take away what we were, man. Shep, they can't erase what we were.
Kirk Cousins is Kevin Martin.
Oh my gosh.
That's who Kirk Cousins is.
What
Kevin
the hell
Martin.
is Dak Prescott?
Well, Dak Prescott he's on teams that win.
First of all, that division stinks routinely.
It's not Dak Prescott's fault.
Part of it, no, it's not. But when he plays real teams in the playoffs, if he gets there, he don't win.
There. If he gets there.
Well, he's been to the playoffs, what, 2 times? 3 times. 3 times in 5 years.
I just read his record. There's no way he's only been to the playoffs twice.
No, I think it's 3
2
times.
wins.
3 times in 5 years. So he beat. How did he got 2 wins? Who else he beat?
You said he's got 2 wins. I didn't say he's got 2 wins.
I think he's got 1. He
I'll
beat
tell you
Seattle.
this: he's got the greatest contract in the the second greatest contract in the history of football.
Yeah, when you if you want to put that into the equation too, Kirk in the bag too. 3 of those were at home, I think. No, yeah, 3 home playoff games, 3 to 4. Yeah.
Hey, so who was the dopest hip hop artist in the 2010s?
Hey, and if you want to,
I'll sit here in silence as I pull up stats because I'm not doing this.
Look, we going stat for stat. I think Kirk can talk about that bag. He can hang with him when you talk about the bag.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. He's got guaranteed money on guaranteed money.
Now that is ridiculous. That don't make no sense. But Kirk has so the whole thing about this wasn't to knock Dak. It was to be like, damn, Kirk's probably a little better than at least I give him credit for. Kirk's not a bad quarterback.
This is ridiculous. They lost 31-34 to the Green Bay Packers in the game I was just talking about. Dak Prescott threw for 302 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. The next game they played, they beat Seattle 24-22. He threw for 226 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. The next game they lost, the Los Angeles Rams, the next playoff golf game, 30-22, they lost that game. He threw for 266 yards, 1 touchdown. And then last year's game where they were scared to death to play the San Francisco 49ers, he was 23 of 43 for 254 yards. That to me doesn't reek of Dak Prescott's problem. That's Mike McCarthy's problem.
So no, well, here's what I'll say about this. The Packers game and the Niners game looked eerily similar. They were getting work to start the game in both of those games. Dak, who was a rookie, I'll give him that, in the Packers game, he was looking shaky. Now, there's no excuse for him looking shaky last year, but you read his numbers and you talk about how close they came to winning. They were getting worked. And then the other team, I don't know if they got in a prevent or whatever the case may be, but he was able to come back on that. Packers game, he was getting worked.
Tell us more about how the 49ers should have 12 Super Bowls. Because the 49ers apparently ain't never done nothing wrong, but the Dallas Cowboys, I know they might have, I mean, they were down early, though. Dak Prescott, like, man, who needs the man when you got Kenny Caraway, boy, I tell you.
Dak don't have a win like, listen. I don't know if Dak was on the front lines last year. He was riding with Jerry. He was riding with Jerry. We going there.
Yeah, Dak
went on the front line.
Yeah, Dak been riding with Jerry a little too hard, to be honest.
Does Dak have a win like Kirk does when he won in the Superdome? Kirk went into the Superdome, won that playoff game. Once again, this is more about how Kirk is better than I realized, because I don't think Dak is bad. I would have said Dak is way better than Kirk before this whole experiment. And Kirk is actually probably better than I give him credit for. That's what all this says to me. It's not an indictment on Dak Prescott.
So this whole segment was about you and you feeling better about Kirk Cousins. That's what this was all about. Well, we hope you feel better, pal.
Pal.
Gang. We hope you feel better, gang. Let's take a look at what Kirk Cousins has done here in the playoffs. 1-3 in his career, lost 24.
Same record.
Lost 24-14 to Seattle, in which he threw for 31 yards. Can't figure out what that is.
I think that's when RG3 got hurt. That's when RG3 got hurt.
Okay. Oh, that must be the actual game he got hurt.
Yeah.
They lost to the Packers 35-18. He threw for 329 yards and 1 touchdown.
How many yards?
329.
Damn.
They lost 35-18. Did you miss that part?
No, they got beat down. He threw for 300 yards.
It leads me to believe he was just chucking the ball around the field after the game was already over.
After the game was over.
They won 26-20 against New Orleans, the game that you just referenced there. And then the 27-10 loss, in which he threw for 172 yards.
He's really 1-2. You can't put that Seattle game on him. He's 1-2.
Fine.
He came in like with the fourth quarter with 6 minutes left or something.
Fine. He's 1-2. He's been blown out in those 2 losses. In Dak's losses, he's had that the Aaron Rodgers play and his ridiculous coach having him run whatever the hell the end of that 49ers game was.
Oh, but Dak.
To state again, for the record, for those that are new to the program, I am not a Dallas Cowboys fan. But you over here talking crazy about Rain Dakota, and we need to settle this down.
Once again, I'm big up in both of them. They're good quarterbacks. You like to throw the very in front of Dak. Well, let's settle down. But they're both good quarterbacks.
Where did this come from? Where did you find this from? Like you didn't do this. You didn't stumble across this.
No. So somebody mentioned it on Simmons' podcast, and I was like, this can't be true. And I went and looked for it myself. And the numbers were there. I'd never seen it before. I would have dismissed it.
The Cowboys do not get better if Kirk Cousins is the quarterback.
I don't think nothing happens.
The Cowboys get better if Sean Payton is the head coach.
I don't think nothing happens. Jesse asked for the people in the chat if they switch teams, would the Cowboys get better, or the Vikings get better or worse, whatever. I don't think nothing happens. They're both good quarterbacks. They're both a little shaky in the clutch.
Don't wait for me to talk. You talk.
What did we learn?
Did we? Let's see. Dak Prescott, 17 game-winning drives. Let's see here. Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins. There he is. There he is, way down here. 11.
It's only 6 games less. I thought you were going to say 5.
Oh, my apologies. He's 11th.
Oh, and where's Dak? Dak that's active quarterbacks or all time?
What is this? Oh, it's all this is all time. Man, Ben Roethlisberger had 53 game-winning drives.
Jeez.
I am not going to miss him whatsoever. It's actually, I have to remind myself he's not the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers anymore.
Yeah, me neither. I'm not going to miss him one iota.
Goodness gracious. So Stafford, of active players, Stafford's number 1, Matt Ryan, Russ, DC.
Matty Ice.
Andy Dalton is still here. Aaron Rodgers, Tannehill. That's a bit surprising. Joe Flacco.
I don't even think you should read these names anymore because this is not helping Dak's cause. These guys aren't that good.
You know who's better than he gets credit for is Ryan Tannehill. That's a player who's better than he gets credit for. Ryan Tannehill is a solid quarterback.
What do you guys mean by much better?
Because Ryan
that's
Tannehill,
about where he's at.
Ryan Tannehill,
people have him.
Ryan Tannehill is better than Kirk Cousins.
Is he?
Yes, Ryan Tannehill is better than Kirk Cousins.
How are we
In my
determining
opinion.
this?
Watching him play football is how I'm determining it.
He ain't never done nothing.
Neither's Kirk Cousins.
Would throw
What are we doing?
Does Tannehill have a playoff win? I don't think he does. Absolutely not. He lost in the Dolphins. He lost against Lamar Jackson, and he lost last year against the Cincinnati Bengals. All they do is get fat and have these 8-game winning
streak in
streaks.
his career in the playoffs.
What games did he win?
He won his first 2 games as the Tennessee Titans quarterback.
I don't remember that.
Tennessee lost like 3 games that year.
Who did they beat in the playoffs?
You're asking a lot of in-depth questions about the goddamn Tennessee Titans.
Oh, I think that's the year they went to the AFC Championship
They
game.
beat
That's
the
right.
brakes
That's right.
off of Lamar
Yeah,
Jackson.
and that wasn't Lamar. Then the Ravens were
They
number
beat
1
the
team in football.
Patriots too.
Oh, that Patriots team stunk. That was a good win though. That Ravens won. It's a good call. It's a good call. Lamar came back the next year and did what he did.
Yeah, I just remember the shots of Lamar on the bench. Was that Lamar's rookie year where they were like, well, you could have played Joe Flacco?
No, that was his MVP year, I think.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That was his MVP.
Damn, he
year.
got the crap kicked out of him his MVP year too.
Yeah, they were like 14-2 or something that year. Number 1 seed.
Is he gonna get back to that?
I think so.
Well, we'll
I think so. I think so. I think Lamar might have a big time year this year.
Man, I don't even want Lamar to play football this year.
I know.
Man, that year, 36 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. Last year, 16 touchdowns, 13 interceptions.
How many games you missed last year? Like 4 or 5? 3 maybe?
17 games last year, 5.
He missed 5 games? Damn.
Yeah, he played 12 games last year. He was 7-5 in the 12
Probably
games.
came in and played pretty good.
36-9 that year, 26-9 the following year, 16-13. That's
I agree with you.
Projecting the wrong way. That's why
he
he's
shouldn't
not
be
getting
playing.
any.
He shouldn't be playing. Shouldn't be playing until he gets that contract signed.
But that's not what he's going to do. He's going to play football, and man, I hope dude stays healthy. I hope he balls out. I hope he stays healthy.
Yeah. Dak is a good quarterback. Kirk Cousins is a good quarterback.
Well, what do you want to do next?
Is above average.
You want to talk about Derrick Henry? Like what random football topic you want to pull from the BS podcast to bring here to the show?
Yes, podcast.
Isn't that what it's called?
Yeah, well, it's something
Isn't
like
it?
that. I think it's full Bill Simmons now, but it used to be called.
Or maybe it used to be called the BS podcast.
It's like the BS report or something like that.
That's what it was.
All
right.
He didn't even say it though. It was one of the Ringer writers who said that.
The Ringer writers. Well, it's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. I don't know what we're doing next, so stick around. We'll all find out together. It's D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. So Chet got hurt. Yeah, we do that.
I hope so. I sure the hell hope so. Yes.
Yeah.
Lamar cold.
Just
Lamar,
Lamar's different.
Once again, that's not even a knock on Dak. Lamar's just cold.
Lamar? There you go.
Top 5, I don't know though. I don't know. You gotta do a little bit more for me to put him there, but I could see him being there like halfway through the season.
You probably just don't see her, but Mia's not out of there. Well, KSFM hasn't moved over. I think the only stations that have moved, she doesn't even know. She thinks next week, but she doesn't know. I think the End is moved, and I think one of the rock station is moved. Yeah, for 20 minutes. Yep. No. Yeah. Yeah, they're working out. It just hasn't gone smoothly. Bring our little we'll do this we'll do the show from our laptop cameras.
I almost got kicked out. Like, you're being too loud. You need to go into the studio.
I tried to tell them, like, we can't keep doing this. Like, this is 2 years. Like, we've got to get out. Like, we've got to come to the studio.
We're literally the only people who do this now.
Yeah.
There's nobody else who does this.
There are times, there are absolutely times that I forget we're working. Like, this is, yeah.
We're being safe while the rest of the country is still being careless.
That's what it is. We're ultra safe here. D'Lo and KC. We're at a pool party in Atlanta, but we're really safe. Oh, hopefully an earthquake. I'm telling you, if an earthquake hits, this shit behind me, it's over.
Oh, jeez.
This is a delicate mechanism behind me. Them shells were bought on Amazon, man. They're not constructed for an earthquake. Yeah, an earthquake. Yeah, that'd be up there.
Earthquake. Phil calling from jail. I mean, that's. I'll never forget that. He said, "When I gotta go, the guards are coming."
Got to get my take in.
The guards are coming.
Yeah, the earthquake was something. Yeah, Rick Ross round 1. Rick and Brett round 1 were was something.
And that was early, like D'Lo and KC. I was listening to Teflon Don last night, matter of fact. What an album.
Yeah, the people who like Brad, like being an accountant at home probably is super dope. But like when the whole operation gets shut down because the internet doesn't work, it's kind of a problem. Like it doesn't work like that. Not that there aren't benefits to working at home. Like I mean, I got lucky. Smoothie got sick. I was here every day. But this is a radio show. This isn't a podcast. You know what I mean? Oh, we could just start over. Like this is broadcast to people all over the world. We need to be in the studio, man.
Yeah.
We need to be in the studio. 2 hour D'Lo and KC. Man. Whenever the day comes where we actually go into the studio, we'll have to we'll have a buried alive match with this incarnation of D'Lo and KC. We were just talking about
buried alive.
We got to bury the. We're still broadcasting 2020 style. Like we gotta move on.
Yeah, that's great. Right. That's a trip.
And like 4 of them have been my house.
Yo, me and Damien have been in the same room more than 15 times.
Yeah, it hasn't been a lot. I was thinking about this today because there was a meeting today that I was like logged in on, and we've done, I can tell you exactly how many. 500. This is our 513th show. We've never been in the same room doing a show.
Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy.
916-349-13. Y'all see what happens when some other people go home. They can't figure out how to get their microphones to work. We launched this operation at home and have done it for 500 and the great stumble right out the gate where some button in the studio wasn't pushed and we were off by like 10 seconds. And Charlie, as he's had to say many times, hey, we're on the air. Oh, we are? Cool, because I'm listening to the Sports Center update in my ear right now. Yeah, this is cool, but I guess I'll just keep the show. I guess we'll just keep talking because this is literally your first impression. D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. 916-349-1320. Let's get our man Phil in here. Phil, what's happening, baby?
Hey, what's up, man? Just bored at work again.
We got you, brother. That's what we're here for. We're the cure for boredom. So
try to pass time. So yeah, y'all were talking about Lamar earlier. So Lamar has a total of 9,000 passing yards, right? Mm-hmm. Player B has a total of 12,000 passing yards.
Oh, this is what we're doing. Okay, well, wait a minute. How many years has player
5
B?
years.
Is it Jimmy Garoppolo?
Yep. Put some respect on Jimmy G's name, all right?
Okay.
That's all I want.
Jimmy's a good quarterback. I don't think he's better than Lamar. Right. He's a good quarterback.
All right. Okay. No. This needs to stop. This pulling up numbers and this has got to stop. And we're comparing Lamar Jackson to Jimmy Garoppolo. We've got to stop this.
And that is disingenuous because Lamar probably has like 5,000 rushing yards. More touchdowns thrown too. Lamar's better.
Well, yeah, and Jesse's been saying this. 49er fans don't love Jimmy.
Now that's ridiculous.
Y'all ain't got no love for Jimmy Garoppolo and my Snoop Dogg boys.
We absolutely got love for Jimmy G.
Let it be known then. We know y'all East Coast. We know we at East Coast out.
I don't think y'all do.
Got love for Jimmy.
Yes, 3,673 rushing yards, by the way.
3,600?
3,673.
4,000. And he missed 5 games last year.
Yeah.
And probably missed a game or 2 before that. Yeah, man. Nah. Lamar is way better than Jimmy Garoppolo. But Jimmy Garoppolo's a good quarterback. He's a good quarterback.
Y'all just don't love him. 49er fans don't love Jimmy Garoppolo. You love him. You love him almost irrationally. 49er fans, I don't even think they like Jimmy Garoppolo.
No, man, they do, man.
No, I don't think that's a word. No. Sentiment. There's no. Welcome to sentimentality.
Jimmy, we got love for Jimmy. I don't think that's true. It got a little. Well, they loved Jimmy. They loved him in 2019. You know, we would absolutely defend him in 2019 when people were saying crazy things about him.
I think he got the little pop at training camp because everyone knew he wasn't a quarterback anymore. It was like, hey, all right, Jimmy, little pop for Jimmy. You ain't gonna play for us. It's cool that you're not the quarterback anymore. Like, we like you more now that you're not the quarterback.
No, we liked him then. I think people.
Okay, maybe you liked, but you didn't love.
Yeah, yeah, I'll agree with that. We don't love Jimmy Garoppolo.
You loved Cap.
Yeah, Cap got to the Super Bowl, got to a couple NFC championships.
Did y'all love Alex Smith?
Some people did. But it's the same thing. When Cap got in there and did what he did against the Bears, it's like, oh, it's time. It's time. How do you go about? Alex was a really good story. It was a really good story because they stunk. He had to go through Singletary. There was that one fateful Sunday Night Football game where he had, like, Singletary was about to yank him, and Alex Smith is standing there like, no, don't take me out of this game. He's getting booed. Like, it was a lot. There was a lot with Alex. You saw Alex was supposed to be – Alex is different because he was supposed to be the new hotness, the quarterback, number one pick in the draft, franchise, and he didn't get there. But then he had a rebirth, and people loved that story. But when it was time for Alex to go, much like Jimmy, it's time for him to go. That's all it is. That's all it is. You don't see me speaking ill of Jimmy right now. We're not going to speak ill of Jimmy.
I'm not saying you hate the brother. I'm saying you don't love him. Y'all did not embrace that man.
Nah, Jimmy was big. Jimmy was big. No. See,
I disagree.
No,
Jimmy was big when he entered that game. He was against Washington. I don't remember who it was, and finished out that. Yeah, he was big.
He was big time.
Then he got hurt, and I thought that derailed everything.
Yeah, well, he got hurt. They were excited for Jimmy then.
No, absolutely.
The first 3 games, he got hurt. He was gone. Then we had 2019. He came back 2019.
But he came. Well, I don't think they loved him in 2019. Yeah. Jimmy Garoppolo didn't get the San Francisco 49ers to a Super Bowl. He was on a San Francisco 49ers Super Bowl team.
No, that's what the national media was saying.
No, that wasn't national media. That was people who were listening to this show.
Everybody with the Niners was saying, give Jimmy his respect. And we always quick to point out.
I'm not talking about no. So what do you mean when you say people with the Niners? You mean people on the team, or you mean Niner fans?
The media and Niner fans.
I'm not talking about media. I'm not talking about any. I'm talking about fans only. Now you're wrong. You're lying. You're the lying or you're wrong.
No, the time, I'll tell you when it started to turn for some people. It started to turn, number one, in the Super Bowl, when he missed Emmanuel Sanders, got passes batted down, things of that nature. It started to turn then. Started to turn week 1 of 2020 when he almost got George Kittle killed. And that's at the beginning of 2020. And then the other thing is when he got hurt against the Jets. Oh, and then the Dolphins game.
So you're too far. Like, you're too far. I disagree. I completely disagree with the sentiment that it started in the Super Bowl. It started before the Super Bowl. I don't think that love post-injury ever truly came back. I don't think that excitement, even as the 49ers were running to the Super Bowl, literally running to the Super Bowl. I don't think it ever came back for him.
Well,
it was there for the team. I don't think it was ever there for him.
And here's another thing about it, though, too. Here's another thing about it that you got to take into account is Jimmy was not the same player, at least in our eyes. He was not the same player pre-injury and post-injury. He was tougher than a $2 steak. He wasn't scared of anything. After the injury, and rightfully so, the man had the torn ACL. He was a little skittish. He would kind of just throw the ball anywhere. Like, he wasn't doing that before the injury. He's not the same quarterback. He's not the same quarterback.
That's fine. None of that has then maybe you're explaining why my point is accurate.
Yeah,
the love never came back.
We were never fully secure with Jimmy Garoppolo.
So that's what I've been saying. If you ranked 49ers quarterback, he might not even crack the top 5.
Oh, see, no, wait a minute. Maybe you're talking about everybody else, because I could distinctly remember on this very show, didn't I rank him ahead of Jeff Garcia?
I just said you have an irrational love for
on here and said he was better than Alex Smith and Jeff Garcia. You're not gonna find two guys that are bigger voices of the fan base than us.
Okay.
We got him above Jeff Garcia. We got him above Alex Smith.
I'd put Nick Mullins above Jeff Garcia at this point, but I can't knock what Jeff Garcia was as a quarterback. 916-349-1320. Let's get our brother Chicago in here. Chi-Town, what's happening?
What's up with the brothers? How y'all doing?
Good, man. How you doing, Chi-Town?
Good. So real quick, I got like 4 things. So welcome back, D-Lo, man. I'm glad you had a nice trip, man, and got back safe. When you were talking about it, I felt like I was there with you, and I had a ball getting up out of Sacramento for a few minutes while I was at work, so I appreciate that.
My man.
KC and Ham, they held it down while you was gone, so I'm thinking let's propose Denny's on game day have a KC and Ham plate of something to sell.
Denny's.
They held it down. There was some funny stuff going on.
Where is the nearest Denny's?
The other 2 things, the other 2 is because I got to get back to work. So the other 2, who is the Kings spot, and you got Trey Lance with the Niners. If it was only if both games, this for both y'all, I guess. But if both games is playing at the same time, the game opener on the same day, you can only go to one. Which are you going to, the Kings opener or that Niners opener? See Trey Lance or Fox.
We'll answer that. Yeah, that's
start a Mount Rushmore of black athletes, and I'm going to start off with Jesse Owens. And then you pick one, KC pick one, Ham pick one. I mean, Ham can pick one when he come later, but Jesse pick one. Let's see what we come up with. I pick Jesse Owens because of the era.
All right.
You know, and
get back to work, Chi-Town. We appreciate you.
It's a lot.
I should have been taking some notes now.
I know. Now, when you talk about let's start backwards. The Mount Rushmore.
We got the Black Mount Rushmore. Okay. I thought we retired Mount Rushmore, but okay. He had Jesse Owens. That was his call. Okay.
See, I got to understand what the criteria is. Is it influential or just straight up the best?
See, that's interesting because Jesse checks both boxes.
Yeah, Jesse's on there. But obviously my first thought is Jackie.
Right.
And I don't think if we're just talking about just best players, I don't think Jackie's one of the top 3 best players.
He's not. But I mean, you got to
Jordan.
Man, I don't know. I don't know how we're doing this. Get Chicago back on the phone. Call Chicago at work. We need some further criteria because immediately I'm Jesse, Jackie, and Ali. Can't leave Muhammad Ali off it.
Well, so you're going with influence and impact.
I'm sorry, is Muhammad Ali trash?
No, but you have Jackie on there.
Yeah, I feel like you gotta. I feel like Jackie,
and that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. Great, that's fine.
Do you know who the first black football player is? By the way,
I've heard it before. I can't remember it now, though.
I don't either.
Yeah, I can't.
Isn't that weird? Like we can't. I was reading Jason's book, Jason Reed, but when He joined us a couple of weeks ago. I was reading the book, and like he mentions it. I was like, man, we never talk about that. And I think part of the reason was this was why I remembered it. They integrated, and then they segregated again for like 12 more years.
That's crazy. That's nuts.
And it was like, well, no wonder nobody talks about the first black football player, because they were just like, nah, never mind.
People said, nah, this is a mistake.
Like, we're good. Let's not do this again. And they went 12 more years without a black player.
Bro, think about that. They said, hey, let's integrate. And they then said, nah, let's not. Let's keep it back. Let's get it back to whites only.
Incredible.
Come on.
Incredible.
Does Tiger
David J. Why would I put Tiger over Serena?
Is Tiger more accomplished in golf than Serena is in tennis?
I don't think so. They're damn near identical.
I was about to say they're the same. They're both.
They're just short of being the greatest of all time. Yeah.
So
or the winningest of all time, I should say.
Identical. And I don't think either one of them are. Like, you gotta have Michael on there.
It's probably Jordan.
Yeah. Gotta have Mike.
You don't want Ali on there, dude. Don't just say it.
No, Ali's fine. Ali's fine.
Ali.
Does Floyd get on
there? No, stop it. Ali. It's Jordan. Like, that's it. That's the, I don't know how you.
Yeah,
that's it. Jesse, Jackie, Ali, Jordan.
Scott Frazier says Sugar Ray Robinson. And I'd be inclined to take Jackie off and put Sugar Ray Robinson on there. Sugar Ray Robinson
it's because you're stupid. Your 13th round, your little boxing show. That's why, like, no one on the planet is doing that. Absolutely not. Y'all boxing fans, y'all stick together with this. This is
I don't think anybody putting Jackie on the list. Like, if you're talking about
but I don't think that's what we're talking about. Okay. That's the thing. Like, I don't think that's what we're talking about.
If we're talking
we're making up words today on the show. Monumentalizing. If you're monumentalizing black athletes, I don't think you can leave Jackie off of it just because he's not better than Willie Mays. Or I mean, but he's other than other athletes. I feel like he has to be on there. I feel like Ali has to be on there. You'd probably meet more resistance with Jesse Owens than you would anybody else, because
that's kind of what I thought about too.
I need to look this up. I was reading something about Jesse several weeks ago. I'll pause that. I'm gonna take that
Tupac moment here.
I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna put that next to the Tupac conversation because I want to make sure I'm not wrong on this. But I don't know if he wanted all that attention he got. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. I smell what you're cooking.
I'm gonna dig. I'm gonna try to find the exact article I was reading and read a little bit more about it. Good one, Chicago. It's good stuff. And Roy, it's a good call. Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth might have to go on it. You got to put Brother Babe on there.
Babe didn't play with other black players, though.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
His original question, you get
one of one.
Trey Lance and De'Aaron Fox season openers at the same time. Which one would you go to? I mean,
everybody knows my answer. I am not driving to Levi Stadium. I'm going to the Golden One Center. And that's where I'd rather be anyways, by the way.
Yeah, that's what
really?
Yeah,
okay. Okay.
The Kings,
I figured we'd just split duties and KC would be at Levi Stadium and D-Lo would be at Golden One Center.
I mean, this isn't a schedule conflict, but I do want to go to the home opener, the Niners home opener.
Okay.
It's Seattle, so see what happens there. But yeah, I think I'd go to the Golden One Center. I think so.
Yeah, my pick is always going to be the Kings first. Yeah, my pick will always be. I'll always want to see the Kings first. I'm happy the first game of the season is at home. I think that's going to be.
It's going to be lit.
That's going to be an electric night at the Golden One Center for sure.
Yeah.
That's going to be a night.
Absolutely.
I don't know. Are tickets on sale for individual games yet?
I don't think so.
I didn't think so either. We're like a month. It's a month Friday. About a month Friday from the start of training camp.
Friday's the
26th.
Yeah. The Warriors and Wizards play on September 30th. I think they play in Japan.
Wow.
Did you see
there are tickets available, by the way? Jesse says there are tickets available for individual games.
Did you see where the Warriors are playing the Spurs in the Alamo Dome in the regular season?
I think I read something about that, yeah.
They're trying to set a record or whatever the case may be.
Oh, they're trying to fill it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They're trying to set a indoor record or something like that.
They ain't gonna beat WWE's fake 1997 Royal Rumble number. That's for sure.
They used to put Jordan's Bulls in the Alamo Dome and in the Sky Dome. That's crazy. Regular season. I wonder if they'll outdo those numbers. I mean, they might, because they might just end up giving away tickets. I don't think the Warriors today would outsell Jordan being in the Georgia Dome. I don't think so. I could be wrong, and it's nothing against the Warriors. It's just a different time. I don't know if you're getting 62.
I think it depends. Yeah, it probably depends on how you market the tickets. So WWE's Royal Rumble number for the Alamo Dome was I don't know if this is the real number or the number they just told people, but it's 60,000. 60,000. So even that should be able to. That's the highest record. Yeah, that's the one they're trying to get. 60,000 at the Alamo Dome. Okay. Didn't they used to play Spurs games at the Alamo Dome? They just
that was home. Yeah,
cut it off.
Yeah, they cut
scaled
it in half. Yeah, I think it was like 20,000 or something like that.
Yeah, that's 20,000 is a big arena.
Yeah, the regular, but it's usually about 17,000 or something like that for an arena.
Yeah, I don't know what the Garden is anymore. I think the Garden is what, like 18, 19. There's more people than that on the street. There's more people than that in Times Square in New York.
There's a couple of New York Instagram pages that I follow that place is crazy, man. New York City's a wild place.
It's not framed as a question, but Lockie says no player today can match Jordan's draw. You think that's true?
I think LeBron can come close. I think Steph has the ability.
Yeah, that's the one, because I feel like LeBron is, and again, it's whether it surpasses or it matches or it's just close. Like LeBron, that's easy.
Yeah.
Steph was the one I was like, I wonder if every fan base comes out to see Steph Curry play ball.
I don't know if they still do it, but I know during that 2015 run championship year and then 2016, I mean, it was a movie for Steph Curry games. You know, I remember all the people that would watch his warm up, before games and all that other stuff. Like, they came out to see Steph and the Warriors at that time. So he's up there. And like I said, I don't know if the novelties worn off or whatever the case may be. So I don't think it's the exact same as like 15, 16, 17. But for instance, they're going to have a good number in the Alamo Dome. They'll probably find a way to break the record. Like, I wouldn't imagine that they would even put that on without saying, we're going to break this record.
Well, that's part of the marketing too. It's like, come out, be a part of history, help us, break. They're probably, you could get like a Steph Curry cup at 7-Eleven or something. Oh, this will give you $5 tickets or $10 tickets. Like, it's not like, seats 2 miles from where the court's going to be played are going to cost you $50 or $60. Like, they'll legitimately cost you $10, $15, $20. Right. But it's like, hey, and I think that's great marketing on the part of this. Hey, come be a part of history.
Yeah, absolutely. I hate that.
The Arco's done that with the noise thing.
Noise, yeah, they
be in the arena, to break the noise record. I don't know how you
still have an indoor noise record or something.
No, I think we lost it.
I thought James, because I thought James said they still had it.
Oh, I thought they lost it. I feel like they lost it
last week for some reason. They might have lost it. They might have.
Random.
Yeah. I hate that they put the Final Four in a dome.
Yeah,
that's trash.
Yeah.
Did you see that the women's championship game is going to be on ABC?
Oh, I did.
Yeah, it's good stuff, man.
So it looks like, yeah, I thought it was a college that did it. Oh, that says loudest basketball arenas. Right now I have Kansas. Right now I have Allen Fieldhouse in 2017. Okay. I thought for sure that Sacramento had lost it.
No, we took their basketball team, so
yeah, because the Kings broke it in 2013.
Well, we're gonna have to do it again.
Is it possible?
We can pump in noise like the Rams do.
You could do that. What I really need that the Rams have is no salary cap.
They're unlimited draft picks. Facts. Did you see that? They were talking about how the Allegiant Stadium is under consideration or put their bid in to host a Final Four.
Oh, let's not do that. Let's not send those kids there.
Oh, that's absolutely what's going to happen.
Let's not do that. Come on.
But the interesting part about this is, did you know that SoFi Stadium cannot apply because technically it's an outdoor stadium?
Interesting. I did not know that.
These little, in one of the south ends, whatever it is, there's a little bit of an opening there.
Okay.
And that the NCAA's, they don't play in quote unquote outdoor stadiums.
Doesn't Dallas have the same thing?
You can open and close Dallas.
Oh, you can't close SoFi.
That one part that's open, you can't close. It's not even like a big
Interesting.
part. But yeah, they can't. So they can't have a Final Four, which doesn't make any sense. Although they'll just have one at the Clippers place. Or not, because that's a regular arena.
We'll come back. I'm past the point of telling you what's up next because we all just know better at this point. So I do know we got the ACR Solar and Roofing Performance of the Night on the way. That's next here on ESPN 1320. Yeah, I guess so. Oh, man. I'm going back to cryotherapy, man. I think I'm going to start this weekend.
Well,
I've been getting, I don't know what the cause of it is. My workouts have been, I just started a really, really difficult program and it's just beating the crap out of me, but I've been getting like headaches in the evening. I think it's time to go back to cryotherapy, man. Go stand in that cold chamber for 3 minutes. It's time.
See, here I am. I just started stretching yesterday.
What I'd really like is a massage, like a dope ass massage therapist that'll.
I got a free massage.
Ignore me crying.
I have to go tonight.
One day you will be, buddy. And you're going to be like, oh, man, that's what they were talking about. Any season? I'm sure there's a few Cowboys. I think the season that the Cowboys went 13-3 with T.O., Jason Witten, and Tony Romo, I was really excited leading into that season. It's been a long time for the Kings.
There's no Kings.
It's been a long, long time. I'm excited this year. I'm come on, Wizzo Mac, you better than that. I'm legitimately excited for this Kings season. That's not a work. Like, I'm excited for it.
The question Jesse just asked is, what's the most excited you've ever been for an upcoming season, any sport? I think mine is the 2012 49ers, the year after Harbaugh's first year, because they were loaded going into that season. And I think I've talked about this before. It was like I don't know, like July. And I was just, looking through some things. It wasn't even training camp yet. And I was like, just hit me one day. I was like, oh shit. The Niners have the best team in football. They could and should win the Super Bowl this year. I was like, oh snap. And I got hyped. And they should have won the Super Bowl that year. They were stacked. Randy Moss was on that team. Randy was still doing work too.
Oh yeah, Will Z's an athlete. Will Z, shoot me that info. Yeah. See, Jesse don't know yet. He gonna learn. Oh, he gonna learn. Y'all are horrible. Like, y'all are juveniles, all of you. Grow up. Y'all need Jesus. You mentioned massage, and you know what they talking about.
Oh, come on.
Y'all need Jesus. Go to church. Jesse's like 19. He's like 25 and 3/4. Oh, house party's here. I remember them being. I remember the Taylor family being pretty lit for that season. Yeah, I remember the Taylor family being pretty lit for that season.
Say it with your chest.
Maybe they can.
Say it with your chest, damn it.
JT, you excited for this Cavs season?
Should be.
Legitimate question. Do you think they're the better, worse, or the same as last year?
That's a good question, because I don't know if they finished better.
Yeah, that's tough. Like, that's it. But I feel like they could get to the same place, just take a completely different route to get there.
And maybe they can win one this year, like win and get in the playoffs.
Yeah. This is a damn good on-air topic. Who asked that question? Was it Jesse? Did you ask that question?
Yeah, Jesse asked that one. It's a good one.
Jesse asked us.
We freestyle this show.
Not that I didn't put hours of work into it, but the hell with it. You did. We did it. I could one day. We should because Jesse keeps track for YouTube. Well, he used to keep track for Danny in San Francisco, but now he keeps track for YouTube to put the chapters and all that stuff of like what we discuss and all that. We should screenshot that side by side with the show that we plan to do. And you can see just like it's the show we work on for 4 hours a day before noon is literally just the safety net. And then once the mic goes on, it's like, oh, let's see what happens.
I was just gonna say, you should see, like, I contrary to what people believe, I have notes for a lot of shows. I won't say every show, but I have notes. I go in there if there's some stats that caught my eye. Like, usually what I do is like I screenshot them. If there's some quotes, I have this whole pages thing that I set up every day.
Screenshotting is really your bag. That is the thing that you do.
You have like graphs and stuff like that. I'm like, that's the only way I know how to put that. Quotes, then I'll just copy and paste. But yeah, notes. Went through it all this morning. I don't know if I'm getting to any of this.
I may have contributed. I may have contributed to the line that you just show up and start talking. Oh man, there are some benefits to being completely self-sufficient, as D'Lo and KC are.
The ceiling is the roof.
And we're going to get back to this question, by the way, because I think this is a really good question that sparked some interesting conversation.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
The ceiling is the roof performance of the night brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Call 916-481-7200 to set your appointment. Again, that is 916-481-7200. You want to find out if your old roof is causing energy problems? ACR Solar and Roofing's got you. You want to inquire about solar panels? ACR Solar and Roofing has got you. You got a new electric vehicle? You need a charger? ACR Solar and Roofing has got you. Again, 916-481-7200. Felt bad. Wanted to give Aaron Judge the performance of the night yesterday, but Aaron Judge comes through in the clutch. Again, a 2-run shot in the 4th. Home run number 48.
All rise.
RBIs number 100 and 101. The Yankees beat the Mets to win their 4th straight. And Aaron Judge and his 48th home run are our ACR Solar and Roof. Ceiling is the roof. Performance of the night brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Aaron Judge, future San Francisco Giant.
Can't wait to see his first game in the Giants uniform.
As my partner would say, the streets were, it's going to be against the New York Yankees apparently on March 30th.
Can't wait to see it. Might take the family out to that one. Might make a road trip.
Oh man, it's a big day.
It's gonna be a movie. Aaron Judge going back to Yankee Stadium for the first time,
right?
Because he ain't gonna be a Yankee.
Because the Yankees aren't gonna throw the bag at him to ensure that he stays with them forever.
No.
Okay.
They would already got it by now.
Yeah, that is kind of weird. Like, why haven't they done this yet? Like, you're penny pinching now?
Right.
For the first time in your franchise's history?
What are you penny pinching for? Like, you have endless money. Like, what? Why?
You're probably still getting paid for Seinfeld episodes. Like, why are you not paying Aaron Judge? Like, what is the issue? Yeah, but yeah, by the way, forgive me, not a big baseball guy here.
Mm-hmm.
Is releasing next year's schedule like during the regular season? Is that customary in Major League Baseball?
Yeah, they do it every year. It's so stupid.
I can tell you in all certainty, this is the first time that it's happened and caught my attention. I was like, oh wait, what?
Well, the funny thing is, I don't even know if it's like a release. Like I don't think they have the whole schedule out. Maybe they do.
Oh, okay.
But it's like they have certain matchups already planned. This is where opening day is going to be. Maybe they have like 3/4 of it done already. And it's ridiculous. Then I heard something stupid last night or the other night where next year is going to be the first
schedule's
year.
Out.
No, it's all out. No.
It's out.
Yeah, I think it's dumb that they do it now. But something I heard it the other day where next year everybody in Major League Baseball is going to face each other at least once.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Why?
Why? Why are we doing this?
Well, why do you have to?
National League, American League. They need to get rid of interleague play just in general.
I'm fine with that. I'm just curious. Like, why do you have to play your division opponents 56 times each year? Because that's the thing where you lose me. Like, I can't sit down to watch TV without Yankees, Red Sox. Like, oh, cool. And then a week later, Yankees, Reds. Like, wait, again or still? Like, what is this, the longest series in the world? And every time you turn on the TV, Yankees, Red. Okay, wait a minute. Now I don't care.
Okay, Yankees, Red Sox, or Yankees, Diamondbacks. Who's asking for that?
You could have said Yankees, Giants. Like, you picked the Diamondbacks.
Yankees, Diamondbacks are playing each other.
Well, that's fine. What are they playing for? Once, twice?
At least the 3-game series.
Oh. All right.
Diamondbacks
versus anybody I'm not going to watch.
Diamondbacks followed by Yankees, Rockies. Can't wait.
Same day? That would be odd.
Like, what are we doing?
It would be the Red Sox versus the Rockies as the ESPN doubleheader there. Because you got to get the Yankees and Rockies, or you got to get the Yankees and Red Sox both on.
I mean, look, what would baseball be if we didn't see Giants Twins again next year.
This is where, for the 1,000th time, this is where baseball, I don't get it. Like, I'm looking at their release. Why is it this complicated? There's this big article on MLB.com. Why has MLB moved to a balanced schedule? Is the 2023 schedule truly balanced? How many games will each team play against a division opponent? How many games will each team play against non-division opponents? How many interleague? It's just a schedule. Why is everything so freaking complicated with you guys?
Because Manfred don't know what he's doing. And then if you just go back to the way it was, just play your
Cardinals and Cubs are playing in London. Boy.
I'm surprised you did that too, because that's a game that in Chicago or St. Louis is an easy sellout. So I'm surprised.
Oh yeah, odd picks there. They're going the opposite direction of what the NFL does by sending the Jaguars over there. All 30 teams will play on the 4th of July.
Giants are in Washington on my birthday. Damn, my birthday on a Saturday next year. I turn 40 on a Saturday. Wow, it's going nuts next year.
And Kenny gonna have his first ever 2-week vacation next year. Because with the Saturday birthday, you can't figure out, do I take the week off before or the week off after?
I would do after.
Kenny said both. I'm taking them both. I'm out of here.
Oh, look at this though. This is sick. This is why you have the balanced schedule. On Damien's birthday, Giants Rangers.
Nobody even know when my birthday is, man. Don't nobody care about Giants Rangers.
Yeah, don't nobody care about Giants Rangers. Exactly.
And that's a Saturday. No, Saturday. It's Sunday. It's got to be a Sunday, right?
Yeah. Fun fact. Did you know that was the first ever interleague game? Giants at Rangers.
That is a fun fact. I didn't know
in the ballpark in Arlington. 1995, 6, 7, something like that. I think it was 97. First ever interleague game. I think the Giants won. I think JT Snow hit a home run.
I'm not even going to challenge that. That's tremendous recall. Jesse posed a great question. I got more I want to say about baseball. We'll just do it right now. Did you see the TGL thing, the Tiger Woods stuff?
I saw a little bit about that. I'm trying to figure out exactly what that is. So it actually looks pretty cool, to be honest with you.
Doesn't it? It looks cool. It's different. It's like, yo, let's do something. It's almost as if the folks in the PGA said, let's work with our biggest star to create something a little bit different that could attract a little bit different of an audience that might skew a smidge bit younger. How can we make this different than the major at Pebble Beach or St. Andrews or whatever? Like, what can we do to create a different environment? This looks different. For those who haven't seen it, and I think TGL stands for, I can't find it anywhere. I think it stands for Tomorrow Golf League because my instinct was like, man, Rory really went along with Tiger Golf League, huh? Good for Rory being secure enough in himself to go along with Tiger Golf League. But their company is called Tomorrow Sports, which makes me think maybe it's Tomorrow Golf League, or maybe it's like the XFL. Everyone thinks the XFL stood for Extreme Football League. The XFL didn't stand for anything. There were just letters Vince McMahon put together. Maybe he had extreme in his mind, but there's no, Extreme Football League is nowhere. Maybe that's what
stand for nothing.
It doesn't stand for anything. Maybe that's what TGL is. Maybe TGL doesn't stand for anything. But my guess would be it stands for Tomorrow Golf League. So like you couldn't find it, or it says TGL actually stands for nothing. Okay. Like I'm reading the press release, like word for word, like what does this mean?
The better TG, TGL or TGT? Yeah, y'all don't know about TGT. Y'all don't know about that.
Anyways,
y'all don't know about TGT.
I don't have no clue what that is. Absolutely none.
Tyrese, Genuine, and Tank.
That was like LSG. Like, they really did drop an album together, didn't they?
TGT.
Man.
Rob W says the golf league. Maybe that's what it is.
I refuse to believe it's that boring. I just absolutely refuse to believe it's that boring. But it's 6 teams. It's made up of PGA players. There's going to be like a lot of tech involved. There's going to be a lot of like data involved. There's going to be, like the fan experience. They're going to condense everything to 2 hours. They're going to have like a season that run like it's very intriguing, right? It's got my attention and it's different. And the first thing I thought about as I'm reading this one, I am thinking like, yo, this is legit. Like this is cool. You're reading all this stuff about live and all of these different things. Yo, let's create something different. Mm-hmm. They did it. Thought, yo, a sport that caters to older men for the most part, especially when I'm not talking about people who like to go out and golf. I'm talking about the PGA Tour. I'm talking about people who sit down and watch the tournament at St. Andrews or will spend money to go watch them somewhere.
The Butcher Boys.
There you go. It's geared to a bit of an older crowd. Mm-hmm. An older crowd with money to spend. Mm-hmm. Even playing golf is expensive. Like club fee, that's not cheap. Yeah. Clubs, not cheap.
I haven't played since I played that one time this year.
It's a difficult sport to get involved in, and that's why like the audience has remained the same. You can tell the audience remains the same by the commercials every tournament you watch. Buick, Cadillacs, like you see the same advertisements year after year after year. The new Kia didn't make the cut for the U.S.
the
Open.
86 was not on.
Did car is legit.
Yeah,
didn't make the cut. Didn't make the cut. And I'm like, golf got younger before baseball did. Golf said, let us expand. Let us bring in a different audience. Let us step out on a limb and try something. Baseball says, nah, we're good with playing the game exact same way we did in 1817.
So can I defend baseball?
No, there is no defense of this. You may absolutely not.
So from the artist renderings, I don't know what that is. It looks like they're doing. It looks like some type of an arena, and there may be like some kind of screen where for drives and stuff like that, they're doing some type of computer generated thing.
Yeah, I'm surprised you don't have one of those things in your house. I think you could buy those.
I don't have one. My buddy
I'm surprised.
Alan has one. I don't have one.
Those are dope.
Yeah, very cool. Do have the golfing game on the Oculus though. That's pretty fire.
That's dangerous.
Very dangerous. Fire. But that's what it looks like, right? If worst case scenario, it's Top Golf. Worst case scenario, right?
Okay. Which is dope.
Very dope. But Top Golf is almost like a one of one. What could baseball do like that?
I don't know, dude. You could do something.
You
could do something. You could do something. Like even your you could do something.
I think it's very, very specific and unique. Like I don't think football, if they were in trouble, could do something like
what golf is doing
right now.
So let's okay. So with TGL, we're talking about a complete different structure of the sport, right? Mm-hmm. So let's look at football. What was a huge hit for football the last 2 seasons? Not for me and you, wasn't built for us, but those Nickelodeon football broadcasts, oh, those got reviews. Baseball can't do that.
So didn't they try that and they got slammed by the Maybach O's of the world with the Apple TV games?
Well,
they tried
yes
something
and no.
And they got destroy. Now,
well, that's so
stayed with it.
Well, that's because there's people like you and people like Olivia who you all are rooted in your baseball tradition.
Olivia didn't like it. I liked it. I liked the broadcast. And I haven't seen Friday Night Baseball in a minute. I don't know. I think they it's still about the same. I love the telecast, the Apple TV telecast. But there's a lot of people who said,
is it just the announcing that's different? Like what's different in the presentation?
The screen with a lot of like stats and probabilities that you don't get on natural. So
yeah, that's like, who were you doing the show for? I would turn that off because I wouldn't understand it. Unless it's the back of a baseball card from 1988. I don't get it anymore. That's not my bag. I still get agitated every time James brings up PER.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing? Analytics are good, but like, I don't need that stuff filling up my screen. I turn that off too.
I think
I want Aaron Judge to get slimed. That's what I want. Do that. Like Brandon Crawford let one ride earlier. He's got to go in a dunk tank. Do that.
Well, and then they have. I feel like they had the A-Rod telecast. Didn't they have that a couple times on Sunday night?
Yeah, they did the Manning cast gimmick. Yeah, like
they're trying things with the broadcast, which I think is different than what this TGL thing is.
That's not the same thing. That's not what the NFL did.
The NFL didn't change the game. They changed the broadcast.
That's what I just said. Like, I get it. With TGL, you're talking about a complete restructure of the game. I understand that. Why can't baseball do anything at all that presents themselves differently? And I use the NFL Nickelodeon thing as an example.
Well, like I said,
I get your point. There's only so much. Change All-Star Weekend. Or weekday. Change All-Star weekdays that Major League Baseball does. Stop doing the home run derby where dudes are out there swinging the bat for 45 minutes.
That's like the best time of the season, actually. The home they get more notoriety
this year. Okay.
They get more notoriety for the home run derby than almost anything before September.
I remember loving this year's home run derby. I have no clue what happened.
Juan Soto won.
But who did he beat?
He beat the rookie out of Seattle.
That's right. The kid who hit like 1 million home runs in the first 2 rounds and then like 16 in the final. like Juan Soto was like, I got enough to beat this guy here, enough to beat this guy here. I'm going to go into the finals and I'll just hit the same amount of home runs and be fine. Our guy in Seattle, just 35 home runs first round, 39 home runs the second round. Like, bro, you can't carry these over, Brody.
I think the home run derby, for better for I don't know if this is a good thing or not, is like the best thing they do.
Let Snoop call a game.
That's a good look.
Let Snoop and Kevin Hart call a game.
That goes into what we talked about at the time. Like, they are not touching that culture.
Right.
On the biggest stage that they have, they aren't touching it. The one thing that I like about the home run derby that is pretty dope to me is the Latin players like take over the home run derby. So you got the guys that are playing, and then the guys who are watching, they come cheering them on. They come bring them the Gatorade and it's flags and stuff like that. I love seeing that. I think
it's almost as if they have a personality.
Right.
It's almost as if they have a personality that they can show for the very first time in this league.
Right.
That's what stood out to me about the All-Star game this year.
Now,
or All-Star
to kind of cape a little bit again for baseball.
Yeah, you caping hard.
Do we have the sound still?
I got it still here. This sound ain't going nowhere. Just in case for moments like this. Rob Manfred.
To cape a little bit more for baseball. I don't know if you watched the All-Star game, but the telecast was different. They had Aaron Judge and Mike Stanton on the call in the middle of the inning.
Mm-hmm.
They had the pitcher on the call while he was pitching.
Mm-hmm.
They had a couple of different angles. Now, I would say personally, they should do that during regular season. That shouldn't be an All-Star game exclusive.
Agree. Agree.
And I actually think they've done, like, a couple people have done the outfielders during a game, during a regular season.
A regular season game?
I saw it one time. I was like, oh, they're actually doing it during the regular season. But it's not something they do on the norm. I think they should. But during the All-Star game, they did try some different camera angles. They had the ump cam that they went to a couple times. The home run was hit. The guy was literally like on the heels of Giancarlo Stanton as he was rounding the bases. So I don't know. But to the original. Now, Kyle brings up a great point. I agree. He says that's why the World Baseball Classic is more fun, because they're letting they're showing all their personalities. World Baseball Classic is great, especially the ones that are down in Miami, where you get Puerto Rico, the Dominican, Cuba, and the USA. Oh man, those things are phenomenal. So, but that also has it has personality, and it has to do with the fans as well, though, because you get those Puerto Rican, Cuban, Dominican fans in the stands, and it's a party.
Well, speaking of, Giants got their butt kicked today.
Damn, that was tough. 0-0 in the fifth inning. Logan Webb at the bases loaded, 2 strikes, no balls, 2 strikes. Shot to Brandon Crawford, who's about as sure-handed as you can get, goes right by him. 2-run score. They end up scoring 4 more in that inning. Yeah. And the Giants lose 6-1. That sucks.
To give you an old Wade Phillips line here, though, the Giants would have won 1-0 if it wasn't for the 5th inning. So there's that note. If you just get rid of the 5th inning, the Giants win 1-0. Stilo and KC brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on ESPN 1320. Oh, man.
Aldrin, no love for Japan. I mean, they look like they have fun in Japan too with baseball. But I know them games down in Miami, man, those things are parties. Yeah, Little League World
I
Series.
haven't watched for a while.
Well,
I actually thought it was over.
The only thing anybody talking about from the Little League World Series is
that poor kid.
Jesus. I said, what? I don't know.
Are you talking about the kid?
Yeah.
Fell?
No.
Do you see what are you talking about?
Black kid's hair?
No.
Yeah, ESPN like, yeah, this is so funny. Let's put it on TV. What? Had you not seen it before yet, Dave?
I haven't.
Or heard about it? Oh my God.
I have not.
Yeah, ESPN all in the oh yeah, this is awesome. Let's get this on film. This is great. You gotta love the Little League World Series. What? They kind of getting raked over the coals, at least on Twitter. I ain't seen like First Take. Obviously, you're not gonna see them, but I haven't seen people like that talking about it. But on Twitter, people kind of been on their heads.
Why is that boy just sitting there?
Man, I don't know where the coaches were. I don't know what ESPN was thinking. I don't know. I mean, there had to be somebody around there to be like, yo, this ain't cool.
They're ripping apart stuffed animals and putting the stuffing. That's fucking incredible.
Mm.
That is absolutely incredible.
And nobody was there to be like, nah, don't do this. Nobody had the common sense. And ESPN fucking put it on TV like this is the funniest thing in the world. They didn't lost their mind. I have no idea.
Parents, especially parents of black children, teach your kids to check any individual who comes near their hair.
Facts. We ain't playing that. Yeah, Kyle, that's the other thing. It didn't look like the kid was like having a good time either.
He didn't look like he was in on the bit at all. Incredible.
But you are right, Jesse. Other than that, I mean, it's been pretty entertaining.
Yeah, I missed this. This was 2 mornings. This is 2 days ago. Sentimentality is a word.
It sounded like a word.
Sentimental. Are we sure that that's what you said? Nailed it. Bro, I tried to work the website last night to get Will's article posted. It's fucking rocket science. I couldn't do it. I was just like, wait a minute, what do I have to do? I couldn't do it. Like, I couldn't figure out how to. I thought I could just cut and paste what he wrote. Nope.
Nope. That's crazy. Could I save her?
Oh no, why is Nick Cannon trending? This can't be good.
Oh my gosh. Wait. No, that's it. He's having another baby. Oh, come on.
Yeah,
Come on.
like Nick Cannon. I was like, why is why is Nick Cannon trending?
Oh.
You know why Nick Cannon is trending. No,
Yo,
my man's
you got
you got a lot of kids when there's discrepancy in the number. Because people says baby number 9 on the way. TMZ says baby number 10 on the way.
I think it's double digits.
Yeah, he's double digits.
What I can hope for is hopefully it's with the same young lady.
It is. It's with Brittany Bell. That's his third with her.
Well, hopefully, maybe.
But that's a bad percentage.
That is. Although I'll say this, there's nothing he can do about the past. Just be a good dad to those kids and then maybe try and keep this family together right here.
Yeah. I interviewed Nick Cannon once. I've interviewed Nick Cannon a couple of times. I remember he was here for one of our shows. And before the show, like it was me, him, like 2 other people. It was just us. It wasn't on the air. It wasn't anything. There was wasn't on social media. It was just sitting back there talking. He was like, yeah, I'm going to make a move today. I'm going to leave it at that. But I'm going to say this is the exact same show Rihanna performed on. I don't know if that move was ever made, but given the fact he's got 10 babies, maybe the move was made. I don't know if it was reciprocated or not.
Hey, shoot your shot as long as you were respectful. Take a shot. You may not ever.
Nick Cannon's a charming dude, man. I can't imagine him being anything but like he's a charming dude.
Yeah, as long as he was respectful.
That's why he's got babies all over the place.
Yeah, and see, our guy Woody Cube, he says if he can afford them, go for it. That's cool. As long I would like to see this family to stay together. I try and things happen, life happens, but
7 times.
No, well,
I don't know that it's 7. I don't know how many. So we've got 3
had twins. Was this one twins or no? Or was
Brittany?
Just one? Yeah, just one.
They're 2. I don't know. No. They're not twins.
I mean, that was his wife.
Yeah, they're not twins. He has a 5-year-old and a 19-month-old with.
Okay.
I'm trying to get a rundown of the kids. Do you remember was it Antonio Cromartie
Mm-hmm.
I think it was Hard Knocks. That was one of the greatest Hard Knock scenes in history when he was attempting to name all of his children, and not only name all of their children, but the ages. So let's see. In addition to, are his children's names Golden and Powerful?
I don't know.
So he has 11-year-old twins.
Powerful.
He has 11-year-old twins with Mariah. He has a
they're
newborn son with a model named Bree. He has another set of twins with Abby De La Rosa, who is pregnant with her third baby, though it is just left on a cliffhanger whether that third baby belongs to Nick Cannon or not.
Oh, man.
He's also the father. Oh, that's not a good story. Let's leave that one out.
Yeah.
Interesting names. Golden and Powerful, Monroe and Moroccan, Legendary Love.
Legendary Love.
Zion and Zillion.
Zillion?
I don't know, dude. I'm just reading.
We'll say this, though. Naming a kid is hard. Stressful.
Apparently spelling it is, too, because I can't tell you how many times I've gotten Rhys wrong. I've gotten Rhys wrong I type it out. Hey, tell my man Rhys. I look at it like that's not it. Like, wait a minute, where is it? Like, no, is there a S or a C? Where's the Y go? There used to be a game they would do it it would be one of the pre-videos they would shoot every year for the big screen.
Mm-hmm.
They'd ask Asia Jones's teammates how to spell her name. Asia Jones, one of the great WNBA players of all time, UConn legend, but no one everyone knew, okay, there's a J in there somewhere, but where is it? And that would be the video that would air. It'd be people trying to spell Asia Jones's name. And that's how I am with Rhys. Every time I go to type something to you that has Rhys's name in it, it's like, wait, it's an S. Where do I put the Y? Is it a C? Wait, is it a money sign? How do I do this?
I put a money sign on Instagram.
Oh, yeah, got to.
I was putting a dollar sign before Ty Dolla $ign was doing that.
Well, next week, I'm going to do a solo episode of Corners of the Culture about Kenny's impact on the culture. I mean, the dollar sign for Rhys just dragging Sean John all the way from New York to California.
That is like facts, though. It really is. It is facts.
Sure. There's a sign outside the Sean John display at the Macy's, the Macy's on, I think 30, I can't remember, 32nd, 35th, 36th, whatever it is. It's like we traveled across the globe with Kenny Caraway. It's right outside.
I took my job seriously.
You did a good job.
Sean John's still kicking and still doing good, man. I'm
a little different now.
It is. It is
a little more. It was my fraudulent attire yesterday for our meeting downtown. It's a little bit more business than casual.
But we talked about it, I think, on the show like a year ago, but he got it back, right? I didn't know he didn't have, and then he bought it
for pennies, like pennies on the dot, or at least in comparison. Yeah,
bought it back. They still have some dope stuff like that I've seen of late. Obviously, the classic.
It's not dated. Like that's not dated. Like I've looked to see if the signature logo is available on a hoodie or the old glitter tees used to pop pretty hard. You know who's bringing those back, by the way? Well, it's not Russ, but Jordan Brand has the why not thing, and it's I had the shirt. The shirt arrived. I was like, oh, it looks like an old BB shirt. Why not? And
that was in the shipment I got. I was like, oh, okay, I see you, Russ.
It's only a matter of time before the stream starts, and we're sitting here wearing the same.
It's gonna happen.
I mean, I paid for mine. Like I went to the website and ordered it, like most of us normal people do.
You may have to.
No, you didn't. We were all you opened the package on the air. We were all here. You all lie to all of us.
That was just that package. False.
Man, you hear this, man?
Hey, yo. I feel like Macho Man was a small package type of guy. You got like a premium peacock. Come on, man. That clip without context is wild.
What? It's just a question.
It's wild.
It's just a question about an app service. Diddy sold Sean John for $70 million and bought it back for 7.5.
Oh man,
that boy a hustler on a level. There were rumors that that's what Vince McMahon wanted to do with the XFL. Sell it off into bankruptcy and then buy it back.
Damn. That's what rich people do, though.
I think it got public and they were like, yeah, dude, you're not doing that. You're in like 3 lawsuits over this. You're not doing that.
Vince always got a lot going on. Always. Hey, real quick about Diddy, Nick Cannon, his twins. Did you know, I think he had them with Kim. Diddy's twins are like in high school. That sounds crazy.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
they're in high school. They're actually friends with like Bronny and Bryce. They go to Sierra Canyon.
Oh, he's out here. Oh, I mean, is he with them? Because Kim's not.
Yeah, I think he at least has a house in here. I don't know where he spends the majority of his time, but
I didn't see him in New York, so I wasn't sure if he.
Yeah, I guess they're all in LA. Because fun fact. One time I was coaching at a camp, a basketball camp, over one of the summer camps or something like that, and Justin was there.
Oh, okay.
Justin was one of the kids.
Now he's got to be like damn near in his 30s by now.
King Stones is up there now. He got a new song where it's actually pretty cool. They took the "Crush on You" beat. Him and Kodak are on that.
Okay, so let me give you this before we move on. I was thinking, Kenny and I did a podcast. I know I say this a lot, Corners of the Culture. It's a really good podcast. The one we recorded last night was phenomenal. Yeah. But because of our conversation, I woke up and I was kind of messing with the phone, had a few minutes before I needed to go work out, went to KMEL. Just wanted to hear it. Just wanted to hear KMEL for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Kodak Black comes on. Your super gremlin. I'm like, it's legit. It's like 5:30 in the morning. I'm like, dude, you've got to be kidding me.
That's all be knocking it. It's what I say is one of the maybe it's too old to be one of the power records, but
it's not a power. Yeah, it's definitely not a power.
If you listen to KMEL all day, you'd hear Super Gremlin.
There's
times.
Yeah, there's power recurring, and then there's like a lower grade of power. I can't remember the exact name of it, but it's probably in that category. It's clearly still getting run. I was like, oh, for real? After that conversation yesterday, it's running now at 5:30 in the morning. Cool. Close Odyssey app. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by our friends over at Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. Some frustrating news coming out of the NBA today. Chet Holmgren appears to have some ligament damage in his foot. A timetable will be set in the coming days after further examinations, this according to Shams of The Athletic. Obviously, disappointing news for a player who a great deal of the conversation leading into the draft with Chet Holmgren, whether real or not, was always them big dudes, man, them big dudes in the feet, tall dudes in the feet. Oh, he's skinny. His body ain't right. He's too tall. He needs to be 6'14", like KG used to be. He needs to be one of those guys. So there's probably a lot of shoot. We were hoping this wasn't going to happen. There's a lot of see, I told you so's going around, and it obviously Oklahoma City is concerned. I'm also wondering if Oklahoma City's like, yo, this isn't too bad.
Right.
We're shutting him down, but man, are we in prime position for next season?
Absolutely. That's what they want to do.
Next draft, I should say.
Yeah. That's what they want to do. They want to take as many shots as possible at landing superstars. If you can land multiple superstars, that's what you do. We talk about this often on the show, the whole tanking thing. And like I've said, I understand the thought process behind it. I get it. But I also believe that it is franchise specific. Like when we talk about it here in Sacramento, it's not that time yet to go OKC, because OKC was just in the playoffs 2 years ago. They have been in the playoffs for 10 previous seasons or something like that. They've earned the cachet to say, look, if we want to take 5 years to try and go get to hopefully land a generational guy, give us that leeway to do that.
Because they spent several years legitimately trying to win an NBA championship.
Absolutely. They have the cachet. I understand it. If I'm a Thunder fan, perfectly fine with it. Sacramento, I don't think you're there yet. They got to give this fan base a little more something than just hope and wishing upon a star.
Well, that's also
actual wins.
I 100%. I completely agree with you. But I think there's also a like state of your franchise. Even with Chet, even if Chet was 100% and was playing this year, they weren't going to be good.
Right.
I thought they were going to be fun to watch. Like, they're a young team that's growing. And I think the question that we got earlier that you put on the screen about, at what point does SGA just get sick of all of this? I think that's a fair question, because there's a fine line of, and this is where you get into the state of the franchise thing. It's like, all right, you got De'Aaron and you thought Marvin was going to be the next pillar. Okay, that's where you're going to try to build. And then you realize, oh, Marvin's not a pillar. And then we're compounding the fact that Marvin didn't work out the way that we hoped, with bad coaching selections and coaching decisions and general managers and all of the other stuff. It's just compounding. Whereas this was, we thought the Kings did, I guess, tank, right? They did not put forth their best effort for, I mean, it was like 41 games or something like that. And that was it. Like, that was it. Okay, now you've got to build. And they never built. Nothing, no structures ever went up. You kept trying to lay the foundation and you started over. Like, you kept starting over and over again. And that's not what Oklahoma City has done. Right. Oklahoma City, and this is where I think a lot of Tim Maxwell's will go, yeah, the Kings never truly committed to tanking, even with the year where I was talking about. Garrett Temple was on this team. Zach Randolph was on the team. Vince Carter was on the team. They told those guys, like, your playing time is going to get a little sketchy, going down the road. And then injuries happen and they wind up playing a little bit more than they thought, but team's not good, but you're not fully in on the process the same way. And I'm sincerely apologize for using that word process, but you're not in on it the same way that Oklahoma City has been on it. And I don't think they looked at it. Again, this news about Chet sucks. And as an NBA fan, I just hope, I hope he gets healthy. I hope he gets better. I hope he doesn't have another injury like this in his career. I hope that none of these concerns that people have before the draft, like, really do come into play in a major way over the course of the next couple of years. Like, I'll just point to Joel. Joel missed his first 2 years. He's a superstar, right? Like, he is a penthouse player. Yep. I think next year was the year they were looking at, like, this is the year we're going to take a step forward. We're going to see what we have with this young. We still have all of these draft picks, but next year is the year that we're going to truly try to take a step forward.
Right. Yeah. I agree with everything you say. And I think about, I think about, like, the whole process of tanking. And if everybody's like, number one, you pointed out a number of different times, it hasn't worked. It hasn't worked for anybody to tank and win a championship from a process, or a tank that was 2, 3, 4 years in the making. Like, it hasn't worked. But think about the timeline, man. Just think about the timeline. Let's look at OKC's timeline. Then be real. Everybody wants to be realistic and all this other stuff. Be real with yourself when you talk about the timeline, and if the goal is to win a championship. Let's just say Chet stays healthy, and I'll give them next year. let's say they plan to tank this year, and that would have been the last one. They just needed one more tank, and they were gonna get that, and they'd be good. Now we're already 3 years into when they started this whole tanking business.
Yeah.
You add next year, that's the 4th year. They finally get everything they wanted out of the tanking process. Now, when are they going to win? Because Wembanyama, Chet, they're not going to the finals in their 2nd year, in their rookie year. Like, being realistic, when are they going to make the playoffs? Maybe in their 3rd year? When are they going to be championship contenders? Maybe in their 5th or 6th year?
If you're lucky.
Right. Like, for what the payoff is, what everybody talks about, the goals to win a championship, we're talking a decade of this thing. 10 years. Because people always say tank, like, it's like, oh, tank once or twice and then you'll be a championship contender. They have like a 3 to 5 year timeline. No, that's to like finish getting all your players is 3 to 5 years. To actually have them at a point where they're good enough to be championship contenders and possibly win one, you're putting on another 5-6 years, in my opinion.
And it's why, like, it's never clear to me, like, what is the goal of tanking? Like, is it to be a championship contender? Because, I mean, Philly kind of just got there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I do think Philly's a championship contender. But the process in Philadelphia did not go smoothly. Like, there were a lot of face plants. Hell, how many times did they have the number 1 pick or a top? One of them ain't even there.
Yeah.
One of them was used. Who is it? Was Okafor number 1?
Okafor, maybe he wasn't number 1. Joel wasn't number 1 either, though. But
Joel was 3, right?
Yeah. Markel was 1.
Markel was 1. That's
they
the
had
other
another
one.
Ben was 1.
Ben was 1.
Those two aren't there anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
Now you could say Ben was used to get.
I feel like they got Nerlens Noel too, didn't they? I don't know if he was number 1, but wasn't he part of the process as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's what I mean. There were some face plants along the way. Now you use Ben Simmons to get James Harden, and we'll see how that works out for them. I just don't. They haven't gotten to the Eastern Conference Finals yet.
Mm-mm.
So you can't point to that. That's always been my argument with Philadelphia is you can't point to Philly and says it works when this team is probably one bad season away from this all blowing up and being over. Because I had a question. We haven't gotten to it. Surprise, surprise. But who's the next superstar that asked out? Sorry, strike that from the record. Who's the next NBA star that asked out?
He said superstar. You heard him.
Well, that's okay because one of the names that immediately comes to mind is a superstar, and it's Joel.
Yeah, that's a good call too. Because Joel, he might be next.
Because I feel like the obvious, the easy answers are Brad or Dame. I don't think either one of those guys are asking out.
I don't think so either.
And to me, it's Brad and Dame, who I don't think are realistic, and then Joel. Joel, I feel like is realistic.
Joel is
out here tweeting the Miami Heat being 1 star away. Like, word? Okay.
Well, I don't think this guy falls into the category. Is it LaMelo?
Oh, it's way too no. Not next.
Zion?
No. No.
Once again, I'm not sitting. Damien's not saying superstar. We're not saying he just used that in the sentence. I'm just
NBA
saying
star player.
Right. So, yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anybody else. I don't think so. I don't think there's anybody other than the people that you just named that would ask out.
Yeah, because I don't think Kawhi's doing that again. I don't think Paul George is doing that again. I think it really comes down to will Dame or Brad ask to be, and I don't think either one of them will. I really do believe Brad Miller when he says he's perfectly content being in Washington.
Brad Miller is absolutely content here in Sacramento.
Bradley Beal The two have had the same hairdo at various points in life, so we really let Brad Miller get a pass for that. But the two have had the same.
We let him and Bronson Arroyo get away with that.
Really under discussed.
Captain, and I was like, yo, this guy, get your man Bronson Arroyo, man. Come on, man.
So I don't think it's Brad. I don't think it's Dame, but Ramsey, he brings up Donovan Mitchell. And I think it's worth pointing out that Donovan Mitchell has not asked for a trade, despite the fact he is now the lone focus of NBA star player trade discussions. He didn't ask to be traded.
Yeah.
Does he get to a point where he does ask?
I think that's the answer. It's Donovan, because I absolutely think he'll get to a point where he's like, I want to be out of here. I want to be out of here.
We'll talk more about this. James Ham coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We'll ask him about Brad Miller's hair. Yeah, we'll come back. Stilo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on ESPN 1320. Oh, all right.
You're good. You're good. All right, let's go here. Let's get this clock ready here. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches. Big ups to Ryan and the whole crew. Big ups to my man, Jovan, always showing love as well. And the other day, there was an announcement made in the boxing world that, to be honest with you, I was a little disappointed in. I'm not going to lie. I was a little disappointed. It was the announcement that Devin Haney will defend his undisputed WBA, WBC, IBF, and WBO lightweight world titles in a rematch with George Kambosos on October 15th in Melbourne, Australia. And I wasn't upset necessarily with the rematch itself, because I know that was in the contract. And to be honest with you, Kambosos, he deserves a rematch, even though it's going to be a bludgeoning that Devin's going to, he's just box his ears off, as Ryan Garcia once said. We all know the outcome of that fight. Kambosos has no shot of doing anything against Devin Haney. But the thing that frustrated me the most was, we really got to go all the way back to Australia to do this again? And now I know it was negotiated in the contract. It's in the contract that says the rematch has to take place in Australia. But, I mean, Bob Arum, come on, man. You got to do something. This ain't fair. This is not fair that Devin Haney beats the brakes off of Kambosos and he's got to go back to Australia for the rematch. It should have been in the contract that if Haney won, that there would be a rematch clause, but it'd have to be on U.S. soil. This is unfair, and particularly it's unnecessary, since we know how this thing is going to end. We know how this fight is going to go. So I was hoping that maybe Bob Arum would have done something sneaky like he typically does, this time for the benefit of everybody, and would have had some kind of clause, or would have had his lawyers work something out where we would have got the rematch here in America, maybe in Las Vegas. But obviously he couldn't get the job done, and we got to deal with this mess in Australia again. Devin, beat the brakes off this guy and be done with him, please. And that's the 13th round. I ain't fire. Hey, Jesse, are you watching the Little League World Series and this Bartolo Colon kid throwing nothing but curveballs and sliders on these boys? With who's this, Nicaragua? This guy's throwing, well, now he's walked 2 in a row, but that first guy, he got out in 3 pitches. What's the other one? How you say the other team? Oh, Curacao. Okay. Oh, Curacao. Jeez. Are you old enough to remember Danny Almonte? Oh, man, Danny's actually old now, so it was probably a while. Danny might be. We'll talk about it on the show. I'll ask David on the show. Yeah, he was like 14 out here in the Little League World Series. Yeah. His kids are like 11. Oh, he went with the Cueto. Oh. Yeah, these kids are like 11 and 12, and Danny was like 15 years old. Now, to Danny's defense, I don't think he knew. I think it was more on the adults that snuck him in there. Something happened. Yeah. He wasn't aware of what was going on. He was just playing. He was a real live Zeke.
Oh, no. Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320.
So I've waited until we got back on the air and you were back here because it was another bit of a history lesson for young Jesse. As we're watching the Little League World Series, I'm watching it in my studios. Jesse's watching it as his. And you want to talk about having fun. They got like the international side of the pool going on right now. Mm-hmm. This is Nicaragua versus Curacao. And these boys got flavor. They already got flavor. This is what we need to be watching. The international side. These boys is getting after it. But I asked Jesse, I said, Jesse, are you old enough to remember Danny Almonte? And Danny Almonte, I think somebody came in here and said, David said he's 27 now.
Oh my goodness. Oh man, what?
Because Jesse asked me what year was that, and I can't remember. I was like,
I can't remember either.
Grown man now, like he's a super grown man, 27. Was 27 at the time. Yeah, that's about right. I think it might be close to his age though. Because
if I could spell his last name, I'd look it up, but
oh God, gosh, what?
What year was that?
I'm gonna say that was 20 years ago.
Oh man, was it really that long ago?
Yeah, I think he was like 14 or 15 when he was playing.
Wow. Yeah.
He was
yeah. It was 2000?
2000. Ramsey says 2001.
Yeah, so I'm just reading through this. Yeah, it was 2001, the Little League World Series 2001.
The two most memorable moments.
You received the key to the city.
Oh, poor Danny. Yeah, they didn't find out till like months later that he was too old.
And by the city, I mean New York.
Yes.
He received a key to the city of New York.
Nah, Danny was a huge story. And I was telling Jesse, because I saw like a ESPN short on him like maybe 10 years ago or something like that. And poor Danny, he didn't know any of this. Like he didn't know what was going on. He just got on the team. He was playing. He was doing good. Everything was all good. It was the parents, typically like it is, the parents around him, messing everything up. But the poor kid had no idea what was going on.
He looked like it was a 8-year difference between him and the rest of the kids. It was 2.
yeah, he was like 14.
Yeah, it was 89 versus 87. But I mean, like a 14-year-old, especially again, like sometimes a 14-year-old versus like an 11 or 12-year-old, like it's a difference. And then you have one who like is a mature looking 14-year-old.
Right.
Look like Danny drove to the World Series ready to throw some heat.
It's like, I'll meet you guys there. I'm gonna drive. We're
y'all riding with me? Y'all ride with me? I got to carpool today.
Yeah. And that was the two most famous moments in Little League World Series in my memory. Now I know in the 80s, people probably remember something else. There's Danny Almonte and Monet Davis.
Oh, Monet Davis, yeah.
Monet's out of high school, I think. I think Monet just graduated or something, didn't she?
Yeah, wasn't she at Harvard?
Yeah. Really? She did? Yeah, that's crazy. Little Monet Davis is grown now.
She went to Hampton, not Harvard.
That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead.
She went to Hampton. I knew it began with an H.
We need to fly out Monet for this HBCU night this year.
Kendra, you listening? Kendra, don't tap in with us no more.
Yeah, we're
man. You listening?
Well, she got these. I mean, is she in the country right now? I mean, she just. Her and Miss P take the trips of a lifetime.
She lived that Kenny Caraway life, man. She out there jet setting, limousine riding, jet flying. Yeah, her and Miss P for sure getting those stamps on their passports. Just because I like to close all open circles before shows ends, and we got James Ham set to join us coming up in about 40 minutes or so, as I literally had to do math. It's 2:22. When is James going to be with us? Sentimentality, excessive tenderness, sadness, or nostalgia. Used in a sentence, there are passages which verge on sentimentality. Good call from Jesse.
That is phenomenal.
Sentimentality does not sound like a real word.
Have you ever done the thing? I tried it at one time. I need to get back to it. Where you try to learn a word every day. You never tried that?
No.
I did it for like 2 or 3 weeks.
Because I'd be the one who just you'd know every day what word I used. Like what word I looked up, you know every day.
And actually, I take it back because I might have did it. I think it was a word a week. I don't think I overloaded myself with a word a day. I think it was a word a week.
Oh, I can spell it.
Well, you're looking at it. SENTIMENTALLY. Nah, ILY.
No, you literally missed the easiest part.
Sentimentality.
You sentimentality.
Oh, Liti. LITY.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, that's it.
I'm not
sentimentality. It just doesn't sound like a real word. Sentimentality. And then Jesse wasn't sure of it, and then that was like, this isn't a real word.
Say it with your chest, Jesse. Even if you were wrong.
And if you had said it with your chest, I wouldn't even have questioned it, because Jesse's way smarter than I am. It's like, yeah. That's correct in our own ways. We very much are.
I don't know what the chat is talking about. I spelled it right. Talking about Wizzo talking about nasty work on the spell. Are you crazy? Spelled it right.
Yeah, you did. You literally missed the easiest part. I was like, oh, you got through the hard stuff, and then you made it sentimentally instead of
tality.
Yeah, instead of sentimentality. Chicago Sky beat the Liberty last night. They're moving on, thank goodness. No knock on the Liberty. Liberty are young. They'll be fun to watch. They are fun to watch. But that's just not the type of game that they can win. I never thought that game was in doubt. Chicago, I think it got within three within the last few minutes, and you just
in the fourth. Turnabout is fair play though, to a certain degree, because in game one, I think in the final 3 minutes or something like that, the Liberty went on like a 13-0. They were like 5 for 5. 7. Yeah, they were like 5 for 5 from the field, 3 for 3 from 3, and the Sky went like 0 of 8, 0 of 7 from 3, something like that. And in this situation, it got to 3 early in the fourth, and I think the Sky went on like a 16-0 run to put it away. Something crazy.
Yeah, Candace, just short of a triple-double, man, but she did her work. I think we're headed to a really, really good WNBA finals, man. I think there's a couple of teams out there.
Are you worried about Connecticut and Dallas tonight? Like, is Dallas? Do you look at Dallas the same way you looked at the Liberty? Like
a little bit, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. It'll be a far better series moving forward if Connecticut's in it. Connecticut's one of the better teams in my
I
opinion.
hadn't seen Connecticut all year until these playoffs started.
I like their coach, man. Kurt Miller makes me laugh. He's a funny dude.
I was watching last night and I was just thinking, and you're the guy to ask for this. Candace is top 10 all time WNBA history, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I think so.
How many championships? She got 2 championships? She only got one?
Only got one. Her and
that
Lisa
was last year?
was it. Yep. Her and Lisa never won one together.
So
that was the first
she's
one.
top 10?
I think so. Yeah.
I mean, the talent is there. The legacy.
Candace, the thing
first.
Yeah, that was her first. Candace is simultaneously one of the greatest players we've ever seen and one of the most disrespected players we've ever seen. Like, I think about Derek Fisher benching her regularly, like in the playoffs. Like, you benched Candace Parker? Word?
That's crazy. That is nuts.
And then Gino Auriemma passing over on her for the for one of the Olympic teams. Like, Candace is bad. Top 10, like.
I mean, I would off the top of my head.
Yeah,
but I didn't know that was her first championship.
Yeah, that was her first championship. Amazingly, it was with Chicago and not LA.
And it was like out of nowhere. Like, they made a run. They weren't expected to win that.
And if you really know the history of the Chicago Sky, the fact that they won a WNBA championship that's like the Sacramento Kings winning a WNBA championship. That's what like it might even it's the Donald Sterling Los Angeles Clippers winning a championship. Like, that's what Candace meant to that organization. Like, she completely turned it around.
What's her NBA equivalent historically?
Oh, geez.
First thing that comes to my mind, could be wrong. Is it Hakeem?
Okay.
Sure. Not the most titles, but at some point was the best player in the league, got the titles, things of that nature. Is it Dirk?
No. The only to me, the only thing that ever really, gosh, that's a tough one. I don't know. You can't be asking me these questions spur of the moment. I don't know. That's a tough one. I feel like Scoop B did yesterday when we asked him about early 2000 hip hop artists. I don't know. There's this weird thing with Candace that you have to get past. Like, she had one of the most incredible rookie seasons in history, right? In that, and there is in all sports, but particularly in the WNBA, there's a lot of fandom. But Candace legitimately won the Rookie of the Year and the MVP trophy in the same season. And then she got pregnant. And that's an issue that no male basketball player ever has to deal with. Yeah. And that you miss time, you come back. It's a slow build. Like, you're not coming back and dropping 40, though. Right. I think Cheryl Swoops might have, her Tina Thompson did. Like, there are people who did it, but right. She came back with the goal of winning Lisa Leslie another championship, and it didn't happen. And it took a season or so to kind of get her back to where she was, and they lost in the playoffs that year. And like, she's been steady, but she came in with the like LeBron level hype.
Yeah,
and.
Absolutely.
When she didn't win a championship, she started to get the looks. Like, I looked at her like, I love Candace, but is maybe a smidge bit overrated. She's not. And going to Chicago and winning an NBA championship solidifies that she's nothing near overrated. Like, she's I don't know what I'm thinking about. She's absolutely a top 10 basketball player of all time.
Yeah.
We could get into discussions about a potential top 5 too.
Okay. Will W says KG.
That could work. That could work. But I don't think. But again, like this is unfair because I don't like Kevin Garnett isn't mentioned as a top 10 player of all time, is he?
No.
Like Candace is. Candace is a top 10 player of all time. But I can't think of, like, she's not Jordan or LeBron or Russell or Kobe. Well,
the championships, though.
She could be Kobe.
The championships, though.
Yeah, but in the WNBA, but like you don't just go. There's no LeBron or Jordan where you're just going and winning championships. There's no Steph Curry. There's no dynasties where you're just going and winning championships over and over and over again.
But and tell me if I'm wrong. Those top 10, top 5, top 7, they are Cooper.
I mean, Diana.
Stewie.
What's Diana got? 2, 3? I think Diana has 3 because I think she won 1 with Brittany, and I think she won 2 with Cappy.
Okay,
who is just forgotten in history. Like Cappy was phenomenal.
But those ladies, they have multiples.
But I'd put Cap, Maya. They'd be she's got 3. I'd put Cap, Maya like it 1. Like Cheryl Swoops would be up there. Cynthia Cooper would be up there.
How many Lisa got? Lisa got 2.
Lisa's got 2.
Yeah, and that's why I can't say Kobe. I'm not saying she has to have 5, but
I got you. I got you.
Compared to the other one, she got to have a little bit more. Might get another one this year, and then that's Kobe, right? She might get another one. I don't know.
I don't know where to put Lisa either.
That's
a tough list to make. Because like I feel like didn't Cynthia Cooper played like 4 years, won 4 titles, and left.
That's what it felt like.
I'm good. Like I'm like what like she always she likes WNBA starts. She's like, it's too easy. I'm out. I'm just gonna win everything and leave.
Cooper was a bucket.
Yeah,
she scored so easy and effortlessly. It felt like she was such a bucket. And you combine that with my girl Cheryl Swoops. Oh man, come on.
This dude's won 4 WNBA championships, 4 WNBA Finals MVPs, 2 WNBA MVPs, 3 All-Star games, like 4 All-NBA first teams,
cool.
And then left. Coop.
Dang.
They just left. It's too easy. I'm out.
She said, "I'm out."
I'm out.
Crazy thing was Coop a little older?
Yeah, she's 59 now, so she's man. She
was late 20s at
97, right? Born in 63. Oh, she was late 30s.
Wow.
She was 34
when she retired.
She won the MVP at like 38 years old.
She was 34 when it started?
She was 34 years old.
Oh my goodness.
Dude, she won the MVP at 38.
Oh my goodness. Coop is sick, bro.
Coop is the one I don't know who to compare to. Like, how do you compare someone to like who has the most dominant 4-year career in history?
It feels like Coop is Kobe. That's the first thing that comes to my mind.
Coop is Cynthia. She's one of one.
That too.
There's just no one to compare her to.
Yeah. I heard something during the telecast last night too that I didn't realize is there hasn't been a repeat champion in the WNBA since the Sparks in like 2002.
Yeah, early 2000s. Yep.
And I didn't pay as much attention during
Should
this
have happened in 06.
Oh, definitely
had a chance to happen at Arco Arena. God bless y'all. Thanks, Camera Dave, for sending me the pictures. Should have happened in 2006, up 2-1 against the Detroit Shock and just blown out of Arco.
That's tough. I wasn't as locked in at this time. I didn't know Minnesota never went back to back with any of theirs.
Nope, it was like every other year.
They did the
they just. But what did they end up? What they wind up with, like 4 or 5?
Yeah, they got 4. Damn. So yeah,
I always forget how many Rebecca has. I forget if she has, because if she has 4, if they won 4, that means she won 5 because she won 1 here. Yeah, she has 5 WNBA championships, the one here, and then 11, 13, 15, and 17. Wow. That's how Minnesota was winning titles.
Who was winning them in between there?
I think there's a Phoenix, the Diana and Brittany, I think is in the middle. Now
Did Seattle win one? Seattle probably won one in between there.
In between, yeah, actually, it's here. It is. It's Minnesota, Phoenix, Minnesota, Sparks.
That somebody in the chat was saying Candace got 2.
Candace got 2? Oh, that's right. I remember it was after Pat died. She did win one in LA. Well, oh, I forgot all about that one. She did
in a different category.
I thought Chicago was her first one. You're absolutely right. She did win that one in LA. I remember the interview with Holly Rowe. She's Kenny Caraway and just all over.
I remember that now too.
Talking about Pat. I completely forgot about that. That series was nuts.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Amy.
This could be 3 now. Now we're talking Kobe.
Yeah.
She can get one more.
We might be.
Yeah. We might already be talking Kobe with 2, but she can get one more.
So who's higher on Kenny's list, Kobe or Steph?
I can't remember. I could pull it up. I think Kobe.
I feel like Kobe was 2
because he's got the 5, and at the time Steph had 3.
Oh man,
he's like 1. It was like 7 and 8 though.
You know what got me is the Lynx and the Sparks played 2 years in a row. But it was Minnesota, Phoenix, Minnesota, LA, Minnesota, Seattle, then Washington, Seattle again, and then Chicago.
I mean, that's the one I remember. I started really getting tapped in with the league when Della Don won hers. I wanted to see Della Don.
Oh man, I was so happy for my
team. The picture when she slept with the trophy.
Mm-hmm.
That's my girl right there.
I mean, I feel like Chicago and Seattle have an opportunity to get another one. That would be 2. That would be, would that be 5 for Birdie?
I think so, right?
Man, if Birdie walk away with 5,
does that
we might have to revisit our previous conversation. If she wins her first title in 2004 and her last one in 2022, but again, my argument has always been the same. Lauren, Stewie. Those are the best players on those 4 teams.
And I mean no disrespect to neither one of these players, Sue Bird or the person I'm about to say. But even with the titles, does that make Sue Bird Tony Parker?
No, she's way better. If Birdie, I don't know what
again. That sounds just like Tony Parker. Tony Parker, 4 champions. He was the starting point guard. He won a Finals MVP. Like Tony Parker, a little underrated.
Is he?
And I don't even like Tony Parker like that. But 4 championships. He has a Finals MVP.
Betty Lennox won the 2004 Finals MVP that year. Breanna Stewart, who won it in 2010? Lauren Jackson, Breanna Stewart. She's never won the final. I don't know what to classify Birdie as. I have no clue. But what do you say if she wins a 5th WNBA championship? That's 5.
You absolutely have to put her in the top 10.
That's Kobe. You know what 5 is? It's more than Tina. It's more than Cynthia Cooper. It's more than any of those Houston Rockets in the first 4 years. That very literally puts Birdie in a conversation. It puts her in a category by herself. Let's get Ramsey in here. 916-349-1320. What's happening, Ramsey?
I got a name to add to this conversation where she may fall. Where does Katie Smith fall in this conversation?
Man, that's a good one. She's
Katie
always
was a beast.
She was the toughest defender in the entire league.
And you couldn't move her off the block when you got her in the post either.
She was the strongest defender in the entire league. Like Katie was shredded. Yeah. Man, that's a good one, Ramsey. I don't know. She'll make all the list. She'll make all the NBA at 25 and 30 and 40 and 50 list.
And she got 2 chips.
She's top 10 though. Maybe I don't know. This exercise is too complicated. I'm still stuck on. What would you do with Birdie, Ramsey? If Birdie wins number 5, what do you do with her?
If Birdie wins 5, you got to put her in the top 5.
Top 5 man. Now? No, you can't.
If
no.
she wins number 5.
No. Top 10, yes. She's not top 5. Even with the 5th championship.
Appreciate you as always, Ramsey. I don't.
Because you know what this exercise is also doing? And once again, this is no slight. And I see Pino and a couple other people in there. Look, Tony Parker is not disrespectful. I think you guys are shortchanging Tony. I don't even like Tony Parker like that, but y'all shortchanging him. But other thing this exercise has done is I don't know where I stand. You've always said Diane is number 1.
To me.
You read off what Cynthia did when she did it.
But it's 4 years though. Like it's the 4 most incredible years in history, but it's only 4 years. Man, so
and Diana's cold. Diana, if anybody saying Diana's the best, I don't have an argument against it. It's more so for the person I would say is number 1.
I don't want to say this out loud. I'm going to say it out loud and we're going to go.
Tupac moments are you going to have?
I'm going to say it out loud and we're going to go straight to commercial. I just let me look. Man. 5 titles. Is Birdie Magic? Is Birdie Magic?
It's a good call.
And Lauren's Kareem. I guess Lauren's Kareem and Stewie's Kareem. Like she just played with Kareem her whole career.
I'll say this. That sounds more fitting than Tony Parker.
How long was Magic? How was Magic like the best player on the Lakers after that game 7 and that was it? Like he was the man. Like was Kareem ever the best player on a Magic Johnson Lakers team?
I think so. I think after 80, yeah.
Okay. Boy, we saw nothing. James Ham joins us next on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, bro, he's blowing these guys away. Poor Rhys. We need to go work on our game. I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, man. See, I don't know. I don't know. That's not my bag. I have no idea. I never saw Cheryl Miller play. Yeah, I never saw Cheryl Miller play. Jason Allen, that's the type of shit that gets you blocked, bro. Don't do that. Jesse mentioned you. One day you'll be able to hear him. Jesse mentioned Cheryl Miller. I mean, everyone who saw her, everyone who saw her, speaks on her, but I didn't. Oh man, she really is 20, 23 and 12. Yeah, Cheryl Miller's a bad one. My goodness, man. And that Cheryl Miller may very well be Wilt Chamberlain. And she was dominant in international play too. Yeah, she gets the Wilt Chamberlain nod. Most definitely. Oh man, I got White Mamba 1, but I'm completely. Wait, who do you think is the White Mamba? You said will be in top 10. Who do you think is the White Mamba? That nickname's reserved for somebody already. Yeah, I never thought she was, but man, she might be. Kobe wasn't the best player on. Yeah. I mean, it's true. It's true. It's true. I don't think I'm giving Birdie enough respect. So did who else did it? Cheryl. I think Lisa did it too. First of all, Sabrina Ionescu is dope. But if Diana's the White Mamba. Diana's always been the White Mamba. Sabrina can't have that nickname. I mean, she's got the connection with Kobe. I respect that. But by the way, it's 8/24. It's Kobe Day. Is Coach K CP3? Sure. I mean, sure. Works. I'm trying to think of somebody to compare her to. I'm trying to think of a player to compare her to. You know what my hope is Coach Lawson, Steve Kerr. That's what I hope. Goes off and wins 4 or 5 championships at Duke. Brian Scalabrine did have that. Yep. Here, Isaiah had it. Yeah, nah, like I'm pretty sure that nickname is Diana's. What happened? Uh-oh.
I'll tell you about it on the show.
Uh-oh. Okay. All right.
I'm okay.
Okay. All right. Kenny's out of retirement.
Oh, I'm like Diana. I never announced my retirement.
Oh, that's right. That's just me. Me and Birdie. Birdie, we out.
Because they got some heat coming.
James Ham joins us 10 minutes. My partner came back just disheveled. Can you share what's going on?
Yeah, so all right. So Rhys is my son. Rhys, he's at the age where
RHYS.
RHYS. Where he this school year getting back to school shoes and stuff like that. The kid got crazy amount of shoes to go back to. It's crazy. But one of the things that happened was he started raiding his mom's closet for her Jordans and Nikes because he can fit them now. And Jazz isn't really big on like Jordans and stuff like that. Like she likes her Hirachis and Air Maxes and stuff. And when she gets Jordans, it's because I bought them for her, right? Like I want you to wear these, not like she's out there trying to get them herself. She's, like I said, more of an Air Max girl. So she has some black cement 3s that she had worn not that many times. Said, Rhys, here, I haven't worn them that much. You can have them. And first I was like, what? No, I like you wearing those shoes. No. But that's what they got going on. Today he wore them to school for the first time this school year. They go downstairs. They're already in the garage, as in like, yeah, they can't come inside. Take them off in the garage.
Oh. Okay. It's okay. It's look, okay. Hey, it's all right. You just got to have the talk with him. It's okay.
You know what I do, Damien? You know what I do? Because he has some, I think they might be too small now, but I bought him some Bread 11s, right? And he's got some Jordan 12s. He's got some other shoes. And I say like this, let me get a couple pictures with you wearing the shoes. Let me get snap a couple photos. You wearing, your outfit. After that, I'm gonna let you be a little boy. I'm not gonna do that to him. I'm not going to be like, no, tiptoe around. Just let me get a couple pictures so I can remember you when they were clean and fresh and you had a nice outfit on. After that, if you want to go kick dirt in the shoes, they're shoes. Go ahead. You'll learn at some point. You're going to look back at some point and be like, why did I do that to these shoes? I'll just let you got to experience it yourself. I can't.
Have you tried to talk?
What?
Have you tried to talk?
Yeah. So this is.
I had to talk, and I thought it went pretty effective.
So look, here's the deal. Here's the deal. We have to talk. He understands it. He lives by it. He's like, yo, I need some clean kicks, and he'll go do some. And actually, look, the shoes. They're not that bad down there, but he definitely played PE in the cement threes today. But what he does is he's like, he'll do what he did to the shoes today. And next time he wants to, oh, Dad, I need you to clean my shoes. Fam, like that's not what shoe cleaner is. Shoe cleaner is not just let me kick up dust and then go clean them. Like that, it's not gonna work. So, but I let him be a little fourth grader. Do you? And like I said, the Bred 11s are the only shoes that I let him and his mother had to get permission to wear. I was like, we're not doing that with these. Okay. You have to talk to me if you want to wear them, which is why Jazz never wore them because she didn't want to ever ask for permission. But I said, look, hey, I got the family Bred 11s.
I don't think that's why. Jazz was never going to ask you for permission for anything. Like I love that you think she would have, but she wasn't.
I got the family Bred 11s.
You did? I mean, the whole family showed up. I've seen it. I've witnessed it.
You guys don't have control over when you wear these shoes. Okay, this one, Dad's got this one. Okay, needs to be a sign in and sign out sheet.
Wow. And you think that works? I feel like it works with one of the people in your house, but not both of them. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. That's a tough thing. But
if he had a good day, if he had fun at school, that's all that matters. It's okay.
That's where you're careful with the shoes that you buy. And the other thing about those shoes too is like, I mean, Rhys, what, 11? Man, his foot's look, he's man. 9. Like, oh, not see. Those are the conversations I had. Like, hey, your foot's growing too fat. Like, you don't get reverse mochas for like 6 months. Like, no, when your foot stops growing, we can work on your sneaker collection.
Right.
My strong advice to you, stop growing at 10.5 because you got a closet full in there that I'll just hold on to until you get there.
Right. But, oh, well, look, he didn't talk to me like, hey, Dad, in a couple months, I'll be, or a couple years, I'll be, going into your closet and trying to wear your shoes. That's adorable.
That's like, yeah.
No, you're not. No.
Rhys, sit your ass down, boy. You ain't. In fact, you're grounded just for thinking that's possible.
Yeah. That was a tough break. Tough commercial break.
It's okay. Let them, that is tough. Apparently, just keep the sign-in sheet strict. You put them under lock and key. That's all it is. You know how many times I get served those ads for the shoe towers with the lights on them? Have you seen those? Oh man! And every time I look at them, like, yo, I wonder if they're not $175 to store 2 shoes now. No, they're still $179.
That's the whole thing with those cases. It's like, that's dope.
That?
Yeah, that's dope. And then like the individual cases, they're like, oh yeah, that's dope. It looks really clean. And they're like $25 a box.
Absurd.
Like, what?
Shout out to Will Z, D'Lo and Casey official statistician, soon to be ESPN 1320.net contributor when I can figure out how to work the website. Fun fact, Kara Lawson has the 3rd best 3-point percentage in WNBA history.
Wow.
I was convinced Will was wrong. Will has never been wrong in his stats. I was like, that's not true. Allie Quigley's number 1. Sue Bird is number 2. And Kara Lawson is, in fact, number 3.
Wow.
Birdie, a career 39.2% 3-point shooter. Kara, a 39% 3-point shooter.
I'm issuing the challenge right now. I want a 3-point shootout with the other Coach K. 3-point shootout. And that's a battle of titans right there, because I'm not saying like, obviously, third best 3-point shooter of all time. She can stroke it. But I think I'm up there too. I'm issuing a challenge. I want a 3-point shootout. Oh, you mean
you?
Yeah.
Oh, child, please.
No, I want a 3-point shootout with that. I want a 3-point shootout.
You don't want that. You don't. I promise you.
I'm telling you, I want the 3-point shootout. Okay. I want to challenge myself against one of the best.
But that's not really okay.
Set it up.
I mean, it's easy work. Like not the easiest, given the fact she's 3,000 miles away, but I'm sure there'll be a reason for her to be here at some point. And like, are we doing it on Kenny Caraway's home floor or like a? We can
go wherever. We can go wherever. Okay. Talking about Kenny don't want the y'all really playing me like I can't shoot. Like, come on now, stop playing with me. Stop playing with me.
Kenny, you can shoot, but you're there. I can tell you, I know of one person, who's ever beat her in a shooting contest, a straight up shooting contest. One. And it was Scotty Brooks here in Sacramento when Scotty Brooks was on the staff. He's the one guy who I know of for a fact has beaten her in a shooting contest.
Scotty Brooks can shoot the rock. Yeah, he can stroke the rock. But yeah, I mean, look, once again, I'm not saying it as if, oh, it's nothing. It's easy work. It's one of the best shooters in the history of the league, obviously. I want to go up against one of the best shooters in the history of the league. I mean, everybody else, I mean, that's no contest. It's no contest. It's no challenge for me. That's no challenge for me. Everybody else, no, that ain't nothing for me. The third best shooter in the history of the league. Now that's a challenge. That's what I want. Oh, come on. Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be an opportunity for this to take place. We'll find a way to make this happen. Like you just, I can't speak to you. I've just witnessed it. Like especially,
I know. Well, the numbers are there. The numbers are undeniable.
No,
so
but those are game numbers. Those are those are in game numbers.
Right. So I know.
That's not her percentage when she's just shooting.
That's what I'm saying. If that's the game numbers, I know out of game. I always say all the time, when you're working out, you should shoot at least 80%, because in a game situation, you take 30% off due to defense, fatigue, all this other stuff, and that's your true shooting percentage. So if in a game situation she's shooting almost 50% from beyond the arc, I already know in just a closed gym situation, we're talking 85, 90%.
I was going to say, if Kara shot 80% with no one guarding her, she probably kicked the ball 47 houses down from you.
Mm-hmm. I know. Trust me, I know.
Okay.
We look, we built from the same cloth. That's how I know how she got there. We built from the same cloth. We got the same mentality. I know.
Okay. Just add this to the very, very long list of things that I was not prepared to discuss. But Kenny Caraway has challenged Duke basketball coach Kara Lawson to a 3-point shooting contest, the third best shooter in WNBA history. But thanks, Will. Will Z, by the way, you started that. That was your fault. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. We welcome in our 1320 Kings insider, James Ham. Ham, are you into the WNBA playoffs? You're a basketball guy. Are you into the WNBA at all?
I haven't jumped in this season, so it's been pretty low key. But my money's on Kara. So sorry, Kenny. Where's the betting line on that one? I'm gonna do one of those million to win $80. I think would be the odds that I'd get there.
And here's what I fear though, because Kenny can shoot. Like I know Kenny can ball. My fear is Kenny hits them, and then this becomes ultra competitive, and then all of a sudden there's a game breaking out, and compound Caraway's compound here, and it becomes a thing.
I mean, no, what would happen? We would like literally just keep shooting until, I don't know, when somebody passed out. Probably I would pass out. Because if I beat her, she'd be like, oh no, we need to run that back. And then if she beats me, no, we need to run that back.
No, here's the thing though. If you beat her, yeah, you're absolutely right. She's going to run it back. And then she'll beat you, but then she'll want to beat you at least 4 or 5 more times just so you know that the first one was a fluke.
Then we just going to keep shooting.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen.
Y'all need to stop playing in your chat. I don't miss. Y'all not hearing me. I don't miss. Y'all not hearing me.
Okay. Hammer.
It's me, Steph, Kara. That's it. That's the list. I don't miss.
Nobody healed.
No.
No Klay Thompson necessary. No Reggie Miller. No Ray Allen. It's you, Kara, and Steph.
That's it. That's the list, man.
Kenny's the Splash brother. They just don't acknowledge him because he's so darker than the other ones. They're like, yeah,
I'm the Splash cousin.
Yeah,
I'm in the family. Like I said, to get in the Splash family, you got to beat me.
You on the Dell side. Yeah, you on the Dell side of the family. You're on the Dell and Michael side of the Splash brother family. James, news of the day, Chet Holmgren, a foot injury, torn ligaments in his foot. This is what so many people were concerned about leading into the draft. Your reaction when you heard the news this morning from The Athletic?
You know, I think it's really interesting what we're seeing here over the last couple of years, but really it's this offseason. We're seeing all of these crazy programs and a lot of these players going out there and playing in games that you normally wouldn't see. Like, I don't remember LeBron James going up to Jamal Crawford's camp and playing a bunch of games in the
14
league.
years, I think it's been since he last did that.
Yeah, so I think for me, it's really interesting to see this happening. And I think Chet heard it trying to defend LeBron on a breakaway, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they had to suspend that game because the court wasn't safe because it got moisture on it. And so you got to sit there and wonder, like, at what point do teams go, hey, we're not really comfortable with this. Like, what are you doing? Why are you playing? You're under contract for $47 million. What are you doing? Or in Chet Holmgren's case, he's under contract for like $10 million, $9.5, $10 million, $11 million a year at this point. And, I don't think it's career threatening, but anytime a 7-footer breaks something or damages something in a foot, like it's that, oh no, here we go thing. And you just hope that it's not major and that it's not, a full season or 4 months or something like that. It could be a long time. And I get players love the game. I get that they want to go out there and play. I get that, we got European players playing right now overseas like Sabonis, but playing in Pro-Am games on courts where people are all around the court, it's not safe distance. It's not, there's a lot of questions that I would have about, playing in something like that.
Yeah, I understand that. I look at it where, like, these guys are playing basketball regardless, and like in that particular case, like if he was on a fast break and there was too many people on the baseline and he rolled his ankle on somebody on the baseline, and yeah, you probably wouldn't want him or anybody playing in that situation again. But he hurt himself trying to guard LeBron. I mean, that's knock on wood. I don't have anything around here, but Davion Mitchell could hurt himself when he goes one-on-one against his people in his camp, when he's working on his game. Like, these guys, they play basketball. They probably play harder at Rico Hines than they do in those pro-ams. So, like, those guys can get hurt the same way. It's something that I feel like these teams and even the players and the agents and everybody, they just got to kind of close their eyes and cross their fingers when these guys, because they're going to play in a competitive nature, whether it's at the Pro-Am in a closed workout or an open run with other NBA guys. It's going to happen. You just got to hope nothing bad happens.
No, I get you. And I would just say that if I'm a team, I want an insurance policy for when you're in the off season, or I want it written into your contract that, like, look, if you're done, like we watched DeMarcus Cousins was just doing, some pickup stuff when he blew out his ACL. And, they had all on video, and boom, you could tell right away it was done. Like, if you're under
Play too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you're under contract, though, like, you need some assurances if you're a team that you're not going to do these things that, like, again, I don't know all of the circumstances of Jamal Crawford's, the gym and everything up there. I just know that the court was deemed unsafe, like, very shortly after that injury. And, like, you have to, there has to be some sort of regulation on how it's, being put together, and how the fans are going to be, like, how the fans are going to be involved. Like, NBA security, like, I'm sure their job is big enough already, but, like, there should be some sort of mechanism in place where teams have some sort of recourse when something like this happens. So I'm sure, like, Chet feels bad about it, and they feel bad that this happened. But you just hope it doesn't impact his career, and you hope that he bounces right back and he's able to get out there in, a month or two and be ready when the regular season starts.
I was 1,000% confident you would have a reaction like that, because I feel like that conversation is at the very least going to be had within the NBA offices. I feel like they were kind of waiting, like, okay, it's all good. Okay, we got through the Drew League. Okay, no, it's fine. And, Tatum's out there too. Oh, LeBron's doing it again. Okay, cool. And then, okay, here it is, number 2 overall pick in the draft. All right. Now, again, whether they actually do anything about it is a different conversation, but whether there's more oversight on courts or arena setups or things like that, I think will be interesting to see.
Yeah, and I mean, these guys do, they play in pickup games. They go to a local gym and they work out, and other guys show up and they get some game action in. So, I mean, you can't regulate everything. But if you're going to put on these big events where there are so many people there, and, the environment itself might not be conducive to player safety, then that's a problem.
Yeah, I think some of it, though, comes back to the culture of the game and how they were brought up. Like, that I think for LeBron, for Chet, like, this is part of the culture of being a hooper. You know what I mean? Like, it's cool that we play in these 17,000 seat arenas, but sometimes you got to get back to the basics, get back to the people, and playing these pro-ams and being these 1,500 capacity gyms, and play that. There's an allure to that.
That you cram 2,500 people into.
right. There's an allure to. There's a reason why Kobe went and played in the Drew. You know what I mean? Because it's like, yeah, this is hoop right here. It's not none of that other stuff that's cool too. But this is hoop, and there's an allure to that. And I like your idea, James, of saying, if I'm one of the owners or whatever, all right, you can go do that, but I need an insurance policy. I need. You got to write something out to say, we're not liable for your contracts, whatever you want to do. If you want to play that, go ahead, but you got to assume some of the risk if you play.
Yeah, something like, hey, look, if you're going to miss 40 games, then, I need to be reimbursed for that. Mm-hmm. Like, why should I pay your salary when you're going to miss, again, OKC is going to have to pay his salary no matter what. It's a guaranteed contract. So I would want, like, an insurance policy in place. And maybe, like, the gym will have some sort of insurance policy, but we're talking, like, some sort of indemnification, like, plan where, like, there might be a $25,000 injury settlement or something. Right. We're not talking about, something that's major like this. And, I'll tell you this, like, when Scalabiciero was here in Sacramento, after his rookie season, he invited me and I believe Mark Spears to go to Haiti with him on his return home. He had not been home since he left Haiti when he was like 13, after the earthquake, after he had been, basically had his legs. Well, he got squashed underneath a wall with his chest to his knees. And his legs, it took him, I think, 2 months to learn how to walk again because he was stuck in that position for like 8 hours or something. It's like this incredible story he asked, hey, would you like to go? And I said, yeah, and I was working with NBC. We were going through the approval process. And at the last second, Scal switched his representation. And when he did that, the NBA pulled the plug. The NBA said, hey, look, we're not going to send security, and you're going to an unsecure place. And anytime there is something where a group of players are going to Basketball Without Borders, or they're going to go play in this or that, there's usually NBA security that's involved in the situation. And they deemed the Haiti trip like it just wasn't safe. And so NBC said, well, if they're not going to send security, we're not going to send security, so you're not going. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. I understand. But my point being is that there are these things where, there are scheduled or unscheduled things that the NBA is involved with, and they should be checking things like court or like clearance on the baseline and stuff like that. If you're going to have like an event like this, if it's just going to be, a couple of guys doing pickup games and stuff like that, that's one thing. But we even had, like, you remember when the lockout hit and Dante Green did the Goon Squad Classic. That's one of those things where, like, the league couldn't say anything because it was during the lockout, but there were a bunch of hoops to jump through, and there were insurance policies and everything else. It was pretty crazy.
Regardless of the severity of Chet Holmgren's injury, do you think he plays at all this year?
That's a good question. I mean, this is their excuse, right? They're always looking for one.
That's exactly what we were talking about. Yeah. They got one more. They got one more in them to really take advantage of the draft.
Yeah, I kind of feel like they must have like a fan thing where they get 10 fans in a line and they say, okay, if we're gonna go one by one down this line, if you can't spell Shai Gilgeous-Alexander correctly, we need like 7 of you to do it. If more than 3 of you miss, then he's not going to play the last 40 games of the season. And then that's what happens. Oh, shoot, look, yeah, you didn't spell Shea right. And there's an extra U in there, sorry. Like, that's what it feels like with them. Like, oh, you missed the hyphen. I didn't hear you say hyphen. So he's out 20 games. Now let's see if anyone else misses. Oklahoma's always looking for an excuse to reset this thing and to not play guys, especially with this upcoming draft. And it's a shame because we're watching some really, really talented young players there that could grow into something special. But at the same time, you've developed the biggest culture of losing, outside of Sacramento. Mm-hmm. And so how do you fix that when you literally don't want guys to win games for a long time? And all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, hey, next year it's go time. Like, well, what does that mean? We've never done that. Like, are you going to switch coaches? Are you going to switch everything? I'm not quite sure. And so it's an interesting, they're basically following the Philadelphia, the process and waiting for a superstar.
I'm sorry. I feel like that's a bit unfair because it's only been like 3 seasons, right? Because they made the playoffs with Chris Paul. So it's not like this is they're not like 5, 6, 7 years into this. Like, I didn't think they would, whether Chet Holmgren plays 82 games or none, I didn't think they were going to be particularly good this year. And we talked, following the draft, that they were probably going to put themselves in prime position at the end of the season or towards the end of the season to make sure they secured, if nothing else, a chance to land the number 1 overall pick, certainly one of the bottom 4 records or something very, very, very close to it. And like, regardless of whether Chet played, I thought that's where they were going to be. I don't think it's the worst thing if next year is the year that they're like, all right, let's go, let's do this. So this upcoming off season is the season. Let's steal some of these picks and see if we can get a established player in here to kind of anchor all of these young guys we got. Because I feel like it's only been a couple of years that this team has been bad. Now, granted, they've been really bad, but it hasn't been that long.
Yeah, it's 2 years. They're going on year 3, but I think there's a difference between being really bad and being intentionally bad. Like, again, like they were.
Well, what's worse? Like, is it worse intent? Is what Oklahoma City's doing worse than what Sacramento has been? Like, Sacramento was unintentionally bad.
No, I fully get what you're saying. I just think, at what point do you say that losing and quitting and throwing the towel in on seasons is okay?
No, I get that. I understand.
Yeah. So, and that's where, of course, I think with Philadelphia, it was to an extreme. They were kind of stuck in the perpetual Sacramento Kings situation where, they're winning 30-something games a year, and they just threw in the towel and, they win like 13, 14, 15 games for 3 straight years. And then coming out of that, they start winning 28, and then boom, all of a sudden they're a good team. And you can see like where it works, but at the same time, like you're just wasting away. You're taking at least, I think it's 90 million. It might be more than that now in television money. You're just kind of like forfeiting everything in hopes that you can find one of those pieces. And again, I think it worked with Philadelphia. Eventually, they were able to get Joel Embiid, and then they sat him for 2 years so they could keep doing the process. They drafted Nerlens Noel and shut him down for a year, even though that's not what had to happen. They drafted Ben Simmons and sat him down for a year. It just became like this perpetual cycle of like, look, we're not even going to try to compete. And I get it. I mean, it works to some extent, or it has worked in the past.
It gets you to the second round of the playoffs. That's what we've established.
There you
It'll
go.
Get you it hasn't gotten you any further. It gets you to the second round of the playoffs.
And it takes you like 8 years to get there.
Yeah.
That's the other thing people don't.
And you better land a Joel in the process. Like you better land a penthouse player in the process.
We're talking about a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, right.
Right now. And it's a superstar even. And that's what people, I was telling Damien, that's what they forget when you go through this tanking process. And it's cool. I understand the idea of doing it. Like, I get it. And I get where it makes sense to a lot of people. It's franchise specific. But also, if you're going to do it, people are like, oh, yeah, you tank for, 2 or 3 drafts or 3 or 4 years, and then it's all good. Like, this is like a decade-long process to maybe get a championship. You might just see like a decade worth of bad basketball. That's a possibility too.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it's a mess. Like, and the NBA has done their best to sort of alleviate some of this situation where teams are tanking, but that doesn't mean that they're going to have all the answers. I mean, clearly, they're not going to have a ton of answers for how you stop a team from running their business the way they want to run it. And if you can't, I guess like the only time we've really seen the NBA put their foot down with an owner is in 2 situations. It's with the Donald Sterling situation, and that was more of a, it was 3 or 4 decades of him doing things that were not okay, but also him completely just throwing a middle finger at the league and moving a team from San Diego to LA. And then the other time is the Maloofs, where they stepped in and said, look, you guys are just doing things that don't work. I don't think the league's going to do anything about it because it's intriguing for some people and they're okay with it. And, you want to see if it works out, I guess. And as long as fans are showing up and watching games in Oklahoma, as long as they're making payroll, then you're not going to have too much issue with it.
James, Kevin Durant will not be traded to Sacramento. And so, that whole saga came to its very anticlimactic conclusion that I think most of us expected was on the way. Maybe we didn't expect it to happen on August 23rd, but I think it's the conclusion a lot of us thought we were going to get. Do you think there was any was that just the perfect storm of, Katie, this isn't going to work, like we can't trade you? Or was there a swing in, what's the era called? The player empowerment era, to where Joe Tsai says, no, I'm taking some power back for the owners here.
Yeah. I think at the end of the day, if you're the Nets and you're looking at what you're going to do and how you're going to move forward as a franchise, you have to get as many pieces as possible. And that was a team that was supposed to compete, right? It was supposed to compete for a championship. And they didn't want to do what Utah's doing and taking this major step backwards. So is this a knock for player, the strength of the player? I don't know. Because the one thing I know about the NBA is Kevin Durant is not usually a very good barometer for what's happening with the rest of the league. That's just not who he is. He's a guy who dances to his own beat. And like he's made his bed here. I think this is pretty damaging to him to go out there and have your representation, demand that, or to go into a meeting with an owner and demand that the coach and the general manager are fired or you want out, and then to back off of it later. I mean, again, it just doesn't look good. Like, is he a coach killer at this point? I don't know. Like, is he a franchise killer? You start to, like, those are things that are going to sneak into his legacy. And he already has a very sordid and confusing legacy for some people. I don't really prescribe to the whole, he chases rings and stuff like that. But at the same time, he's at fault here. He's a guy who is tremendously at fault. He's the one who decided to go join Super Team and push for guys like James Harden and play with a guy like Kyrie Irving. And it's not like you didn't know. Not like you didn't know that James Harden's out of shape half the time. It's not like you didn't know that Kyrie Irving can be completely crazy. So, like, this is kind of his bed. He's got to sleep in it. And, we'll see. 4 years. I kind of hope that they get stuck in mediocrity and this is how it ends for him. Just 4 years of, all right, 45 to 55 wins, but getting bounced in the second round every year. And that's what you kind of hope, because, he's been pretty destructive.
That's pretty harsh.
You don't think he's been destructive? He went to the owner and told him, either you fire those two dudes or I want to be traded.
So
got $200 million still on the books.
So let me ask you this, James. What if he's right? What if he's right? What if they're terrible at their job? What if they are hindering them from going to another level? Like, we hear these things and we just assume because the player says that they're in the wrong. He could be 100% right. These two are the reason why we can't progress.
We don't
know either way, but we got to put that into consideration too. He could be spot on.
I get that, but was it Sean Marks's fault that Kevin Durant asked him to go sign DeAndre Jordan, who couldn't play anymore? Like, is that on Sean Marks?
No, but that ain't got nothing to do with whether or not they're good or not.
Well, sure it does. I mean, I'm not sure about you, but
last year.
But isn't Sean Marks a guy who went out and put a super team together? Like, he was able to accomplish it. Not every GM is able to.
DeAndre Jordan is why they didn't win the championship last year, like the year they took the Bucks to 7.
No, but it's certainly one of the reasons why you have salary cap, issues, or why you have roster management issues at some point. Like, look, if you're going to help make decisions on who and what is your team is going to look like, then you need to share in the responsibility for what it looks like when your idea to bring in DeAndre Jordan doesn't work at all. Like, you're part of that decision. He was part of that decision. He shared in that decision. And sure, you could have said, Sean Marks, the mistake you made was signing a guy who had blown Achilles and letting him sit for a year, but then also letting him have some power in the decisions on who is going to get signed and who's not. And, like, look, I'm a guy who really, I enjoy Kevin Durant. Like, I've been around Kevin Durant.
It does not sound like it.
Yeah, well, but at what point what point do players just get to completely run amok and then, like, this is the outcome? Like, we spent the entire summer, not knowing whether it's...
Let me ask you this.
Shout out to KD for the content.
If Kevin Durant goes to, if Sean Marks goes to Kevin Durant and he says, I'm thinking about signing Steve Nash as the coach, you good with that? And Durant goes, yeah, I'm good with that. Is KD's decision to sign Steve Nash?
No, that's a totally different situation.
That's what we're hearing, though.
No, you're saying that he went and asked him. No, that's different than DeAndre Jordan. I mean, the DeAndre Jordan thing, he went to management and said...
Jordan was insignificant with whether or not they won.
They went to him.
If Kyrie doesn't roll his ankle into oblivion last year, they probably beat the Bucks and win the NBA championship.
Well, maybe.
Jordan ain't got nothing to do, really, with where they've been the last 2 years. That's like me saying Sean Marks is at fault for signing LaMarcus Aldridge.
No.
Or Blake Griffin.
Yeah, but it was more money than that. Those are low-level contracts. Those are veteran minimum contracts that they signed those guys to. I mean, those are itty-bitty contracts that you're talking about. And as far as the Steve Nash situation, if Sean Marks went to him and said, hey, what do you think about me bringing in Steve Nash as a head coach? Well, they had a relationship. Nash was around the Golden State Warriors during his time there. Like, so if he's asking him, it's like, what do you think about Steve Nash? I mean, I get that. Like, I'm not going to blame him 100% unless we hear that Durant said, hey, go get me Steve Nash as the head coach. Then I think we have, like,
which did not happen.
Yeah, that didn't happen. So I'm not going to blame him for that. Just like I don't think Damian Lillard went out and said, hey, can you sign Chauncey Billups as a head coach? Because that's not what we've heard, that he was the driving force behind that. So, like, look, before he went full super team, Sean Marks was building something nice there.
I agree.
He had really he drafted well. He brought in the right types of players. His teams played hard for him. The culture was good there. And then you chose a different path. And I get you choose a different path here in a major market. You can choose a different path in that situation.
But really, he didn't. He signed Kevin Durant. He signed Kyrie. Where Sean Marks loses me is the idiotic decision to go trade for James Harden. That's all, because everything you just said, he blew up for James Harden, which ultimately blew up in his face.
He did that. Sean Marks did that. From everything we hear, Sean Marks did that.
There wasn't a conversation behind the scenes with Kevin Durant.
It was like the Steve Nash thing of like, are you cool with this? He's like, yeah, I'm cool with it.
All right. Well, I mean, and again, that's a player that Kevin Durant opened his career with, played with in OKC. He knew James Harden very well. He knew what he was getting into. Maybe it's a little bit older version of James Harden, but it's not like they weren't friends still. It's not like they didn't play on all-star teams together and everything else.
Wanted to play with was Kyrie. That was the guy who was like, we're going to play together. I think the James Harden thing presented itself, and it was like, all right. I don't think Sean Marks should have done it, whether Kevin Durant came to him or not. And I don't know if Kevin Durant did or not. I would have no. We right there. We don't need to do this. We right there. We don't need to do this.
Yeah. I would have agreed with that. Like, hey, but again, I'm not a James Harden fan,
Neither am I. Let's go to our corners. Go get some water. Everybody go to their corners, take the mouthpiece out. We'll come back because we'll go from Kevin Durant to James. I'm going to ask you. Someone's going to ask out. Someone's going to ask to be traded, even if it's not Kevin Durant. Who's it going to be? We'll discuss that when D'Lo and Casey return with 1320 Kings Insider James Ham here on ESPN 1320. Clear.
And
I just want to point something out real quick. I might not be able to find it. I didn't start. Okay, yeah, Sean. I'm just going to point out real quick. That's wrong. Casey will. That is absolutely wrong.
Saw that, Sean.
One, Coach won't miss one. Two, Kenny definitely ain't missing six.
Are you out of your damn mind? Take a nap, Sean. Take a nap. I ain't never shot 4 or 10 in an open shooting competition in my life.
I have.
Be a good day for me.
Yeah, I'll be honest.
I'd be leaving like 4 or 10. Let's go, baby. I'm a 40% shooter. I'm better than Kara in the pros. Got it. I'm better than Birdie.
And the other thing about this thing, though, people want to KD killed the Nets. Nets are dead. Nets are like, they have like the 4th best odds to win the championship.
Nets are absolutely championship contenders.
What are we?
And the wild card is like, yo, what if Ben Simmons can play?
Yeah.
Like not like Kenny, like physically, but yo, what if Ben Simmons just picks up as a solid defender again?
Yeah.
And a great distributor. Oh, just asking. Broadcast journalist.
Nets are okay. I wouldn't say they're fine. They're okay though. They're okay.
I see you, Seth. Is Seth Curry a superstar? Oh man.
You know what though? Like they could be totally fine too. Like they did sign T.J. Warren. They've got Seth Curry. They've got
still got Nick Claxton, Patty Mills. They still got good pieces there.
Joe Harris is coming back.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have to see who and what Joe Harris is when he gets when he does get back. But
just in case, they got Seth Curry though. So
yeah, just giving up Jared Allen, that was rough. Giving up Karis LeVert, that was rough. I mean, that's a lot that you gave up for Harden, and
they could have had Spencer Dinwiddie still. Could have had him.
Well, he was there until midway through last season.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they could have still had him on the squad.
Yeah.
They let that go.
I still like them. I think this is all. I honestly think Kevin Durant's one of those rare people who, like, some people like you have a James and I have a fight, and like it lingers, and a week later, hey, we good? Yeah, James, we good. Whatever. Like we're fine. I feel like KD is the type of guy who's like, all right, we're going forward with Steve Nash. All right, cool. And like he's good. Like he doesn't think about it again. Like I honestly think he can compartmentalize that way. Like the Draymond Green stuff. I think I think he wanted to punch Draymond Green in the throat? Absolutely. By the time that whole thing was over, do I think he did? No. I was like, it's good. We passed that.
Like it's whatever. We moving. We trying to win games.
Yeah,
he's super laid back and chill. Super laid back and chill.
Right.
Yeah.
And people get all worked up when he claps at people on Twitter. Like he's tweeting. Literally what we all do. That's all he's doing.
Right.
Yeah, he's a lot more of a normal dude than most people. I think that's like even the Twitter thing, like when he does tweet, it's usually very aimed, like I don't know
Pat
that
Beverly.
he's crazy all the time. Or Pat Bev, I think, has hot takes on the Twitter box and when he goes on.
Pat Bev.
Yeah. Pat Bev, yeah, he does some wild. He's wild.
Hey, Pat Bev better ball out this year. He had a crazy offseason. He better ball out. He was gonna be on his head if he not.
Well, I think he'll end up in LA. I think this will start the sell off that is the Utah Jazz. So.
Oh man.
And superstar Russell Westbrook will go to Utah and get a buyout.
All right. We're not going to do this, James. If he had I would legit be sad if he had to play in Utah. I didn't care that he had to play with the Lakers. I would be sad if he had to play in Utah.
Oh, I think they'll just buy him out.
Oh, I'm sure they would. I'd still be sad. I don't know where he'd sign though. Like honest to God, as much as I love him, I don't know where he fits.
Yeah, he'll just go to the Nets because KD will ask for him.
Bro.
Oh, stop it, James. We're coming back. Hang on. Well, he might be with the Knicks, come to think about it. If might be with the Knicks. Hang on. We just got Russell Westbrook to the New York Knicks. That was the commercial break right there, folks. So
let's go.
We appreciate you for being with us. Steelum and KC along with James Ham here, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. But that does segue nicely into the next part of the conversation as we were, and I'm going to mention an uncomfortable name here, but we asked, okay, the KD situation has kind of resolved itself. Donovan Mitchell hasn't asked for a trade. Oh, by the way, this is an organizational decision regarding Donovan Mitchell, and he hasn't been traded. But I think the overall belief is at some point, whether it be before the season starts, some point relatively soon, Donovan Mitchell is probably going to be traded. Who do you think, and history says it's going to happen, who do you think is the next player, the next star level player that asks out of their contract?
Well, that's interesting. Well, I mean, we know that Danny Ainge at least has two mystery teams out there that are bidding on Donovan Mitchell.
Danny Ainge, man, I swear. That dude running the same Boston Celtics playbook in Utah.
Yeah. Oh, no, he is. He's got mystery teams like hiding in his back pocket.
My man's got a way of general managing, and he just sticks with it, even though he's not the general manager.
It's almost like he calls his friends like, hey, you want to be a mystery team? They're like, sure. What does that mean? He's like, oh, just wait for it. You'll find out tomorrow.
He run a mystery thing like a storyline on Raw or something.
Yeah, right.
Mystery team.
Mystery team? What's a mystery team? Yeah, like who's going to be the next? That's a great question because, I mean, aren't we running out of players that could possibly go somewhere else?
So I think two obvious candidates are Dame and Brad. And I don't think either one of those guys are actually going to ask out. Like Dame, I'm a little more sketchy of. I honestly don't think Bradley Beal cares. I think he's perfectly fine being in Washington. I don't think he wants them to suck, but I think he's perfectly happy where he's at. Dame, I kind of believe that, but I do wonder a little bit. The name that Kenny and I settled on, and it could happen as soon as next offseason, is Joel.
Okay. I mean, that's very possible, but I mean, they've done what he's asked. Like, he wants better players around him. They went out and got better players. I think one of the downfalls to what they've done there is, like, they've overpaid guys that, you know, are good players but not great players. I mean, we can go back to the Tobias Harris contract, which is just obscene. I mean, for a guy, he's a good player, but I mean, the fact that he's owed like $80 million over 2 years or close to it is just crazy talk. And so you've had that team go out and try to like make splashes and do. They've also done like, hey, we'll bring in the veteran guys like Danny Green. We need more shooting. You know, they've done things to actually like sort of build that thing out. But I think the best thing they've done is like when they stumbled upon a Matisse Thybulle or they're able to get a Tyrese Maxey. It's the things that franchises normally do to improve and to get better. They draft well. They make smart decisions. It's when they get in this craziness that is what we're seeing with the Nets that they tend to get in trouble. Like if you just stayed the course and just brought in like just better players, but not superstar players, you probably could have built something and put him in a position to win. And then the whole time you're waiting for him to break. I mean, I think that's the biggest problem with Embiid, and he could ask to go other places, and there will be other places that want him. But at the same time, you're always worried, especially as he's hitting 29, 30, 31, that like he's just not going to be able to sustain because of the myriad of injuries that have plagued him throughout his career.
Yeah. It feels like, and Damon, you said it perfectly, we're running out of guys to get to this point. We're at like a perfect blend of young up-and-coming players in their just about to get like their first rookie extension and established guys who are locked up for like the next 5 years. Like there's not a lot. I know next year's free agent class is has some hitters in there, but there's not a lot of guys that like usually when you see these trades is somebody with like a year and a half left on the deal. And you trade maybe a rental and you take your chance with them. What guys are like that right now? Like a lot of these guys got 3-4 years on the deal.
You're right. KD had 4. And again, I know there's a difference. Donovan Mitchell's got 3.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Ben Simmons had 4.
Right. So maybe the wins, maybe we've gone from a year to a year and a half to just sign the extension and ask for a trade. Maybe that's where we are.
That's why I threw Zion in there.
I don't see that one.
That's a good one because there's been enough like smoke there that he's unhappy with things, and you know, again, he's going to get blamed if they don't win. Even though, you know, how do you blame a guy that's just like half the time is grossly out of shape, and then the other half of the time is sitting out and not playing games? Like, how do you blame him for the fact that you can't win? The idea of him, sure, I guess you can blame, but yeah, I think he could be one. I think, you know, again, if we start seeing, like, here's one I'll throw at you. What if the Phoenix Suns flame out, Chris Paul is done, and Devin Booker's looking around like, hey, I don't know that I want to be here for this mess, because the post Chris Paul era, you know, do you have the players? You just spent a ton of money on Ayton, and so that really hamstrings your ability to go out and do other things, you know. So that is one that might become, especially, you know, again with Ayton as a player who did not want to be there, who didn't want them to sign to match the extension and all that stuff. So you could see that becoming like a toxic situation. Hey, here in Sacramento, like, Sacramento Kings are in line to lose. Are in line to lose Domantas Sabonis in free agency, You bet your lucky stars that De'Aaron Fox won't want to be part of another rebuild at age 26, 27. So, yeah.
So that was the uncomfortable name I was going to bring up.
Yeah.
Because, obviously, I think the Devin Booker thing is a long shot, though it makes complete sense and it's intriguing. It's hard.
He loves Phoenix.
What's that?
I think he loves that area. It would take a lot for him to say, I don't want to be here no more.
That's a lot, though.
The potential, no, but I kind of get your point. Like, the potential for it being really bad for some reason seems like it's there. It shouldn't be, but given the DeAndre Ayton stuff, kind of the overall, like, you kind of wonder much longer Chris Paul is going to hold up. I get the idea of this going from 64 wins to really, really bad quickly. I get that. I don't think it's likely, but I get it.
Yeah.
The uncomfortable thing. Sorry, James, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, but at what point do we start seeing, like, the Kentucky connection, a bunch of dudes from Kentucky, like, hey, let's go do this somewhere. Guys like Bam, guys like De'Aaron, there's a group of them.
We waited years for the Banana Boat crew to get together.
That's true.
That's true. New York is the place.
They always think they're the place. They're never the place.
But no, that was always the rumor. Cat and Brooke.
Carmelo, Chris Paul, all of them are going to go play in New York.
Well, not even New York. It's Worldwide West. Like in the Kentucky connection. The rumor until Cat signed his deal was Cat and Devin were going to New York for Worldwide West. That's one of the reasons why they got him there. So when you talk about a Kentucky connection, it was the Knicks and Worldwide West.
Okay, so I'll make a movie reference here that I think fits. But have you guys seen Spaceballs? Spaceballs, the movie.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've seen it.
So there's this scene where they track down like the four good guys. They escape and they go in. They've got them. They're freeze. They're all facing the opposite way, and they all turn around, and it's their stunt doubles. That's the New York Knicks in a nutshell. Every time you think you got like the 4 superstars or 3 superstars are coming to your way, no, you get their stunt doubles. That's what the Knicks get every time.
So just for the streaming crowd, Dr. David's, that's Spaceballs right there, right? On his avatar. Isn't that the character from Spaceballs?
Yeah, that's Lord Helmet, Rick Moranis. Too hot.
Yeah. I know I've seen it's the Star Wars gimmick thing. Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, so Pragmatic Pessimist says, yeah, we caught him. Yeah, they turn around and they're like, who are you guys? And they're like, we're their stunt doubles. And it's like a guy wearing a dress, like it's their total stunt doubles, like they're holding coffee, like drinking, like, hey, what's going on, guys? It's like, oh no, we caught their stunt doubles. That's, to me, the Knicks always catch the stunt doubles of the really big, great, like, stars. Like, oh, look at that.
We're going to get Karl Anthony Towns. We got Julius Randle.
Or, hey, we're going to sign LeBron. They start stacking up all these names, and you end up with Amari Stoudemire, Carmelo Anthony, and you're like,
wait a minute.
Yeah, we done got the stunt doubles. That's my point.
Hold on a damn minute, James, with this more Carmelo slander. Carmelo ain't no stunt double.
He's a stunt double. Stunt double. It is Dark Helmet. I'm sorry. You're right. It is Dark Helmet. Yeah, not Dark. It's Lone Star and Dark Helmet. Yeah.
Corners of Ham's culture here with D'Lo and KC.
Yeah.
I was gonna make a De'Aaron reference. I don't remember. Oh, you mentioned De'Aaron. The uncomfortable thing about De'Aaron is if this doesn't work, he might not have to ask. Like if this thing fails this year, De'Aaron might not have to ask for anything. It could just be, well, we've done it can't be done. Like we can't do it. And
no, you're right. I mean, and
it sucks, but like I feel like that's kind of an uncomfortable reality.
Well, yeah, and he's going to be talking to somebody else who's making that decision, most likely too, if it doesn't work out. So
right,
yeah. I mean, you're right.
Yeah.
Just thinking about how much time Monty has left on his contract, and it's not much. Monty's having those D'Lo contract extensions. Going well. The Kings going to come to work like, do we got a GM on Monday? I'm not. What are we supposed to do?
No, I mean, that's not the way it should be, but, that's...
No, it's not, but it's the way. I agree, James. That is not the way it should be, but I guess that's the way it is.
Yeah.
Speaking of, we haven't heard anything about that from Monty, huh? I mean, everybody's probably gone. Nobody's really even doing anything right now, huh?
No, I check in once a month, and it's always the same. No, there's not been a conversation. No, I mean,
a conversation.
Like maybe at this point, but I mean, it's been maybe 2 weeks since I checked in, and the answer was the same that it's been the entire time.
So real quick, let me ask you this. Ultimately, I think that when you say like there hasn't been a conversation, I mean that should kind of be on the Kings. But this also goes to what Damian's talked about sometimes. Like I feel like if I was Monty, like there would be a conversation because I need to know, like whether they give me the extension at that point or not. That's a whole different story. But no conversation, that kind of goes both ways, right? Like I don't know, maybe that's not how these things work. But if I'm Monty, I'm talking to whoever, like, yo, do you have plans for me, or what's the conversation here that we need to have to figure out where I'm at with this franchise?
Should I use Kenny's Redfin password that he sent me?
Right, like there should be a conversation that has happened.
Yeah, I mean, you got me. There's been like a lot of speculation about it, a lot of conversation about it. But we are in the dog days when a lot of this gets forgotten about. And I know a lot of people always go, oh, well, this is usually that time where some of these deals get done. That's not my experience at all. I totally disagree with that. These deals get done when you're bringing in a new coach. You go, oh, yeah, and by the way, we matched up him with a new 3-year deal that gets him here for the first 3 years of, the Mike Brown's contract, whatever, or a 3-year extension, which holds him, through the 4 years of Mike Brown, which is what we expect. Yeah.
I think Monty gets an extension before the season starts.
I
do not think that's something you want. And maybe it won't linger over the organization because maybe the players look at it the way a lot of fans do. Like I'm looking at Chester's comment right here. Maybe everybody looks at it this way. What Monty did this offseason looks really nice. We need to see the results on the floor. And we can't really do much. Like, look, hey, thank you. Great job. We need to know that this works. And then we'll go from there. Yeah. I don't think it goes that far, but maybe it does.
I just think you're putting everybody in a strange situation where You're going into no one likes to be a lame duck, and his tenure, he's not even to the 2-year mark. That's what people like. He didn't even start until late September. I think it was September 20th. After the bubble and everything, because of the way the offseason was built that year. So while this is his 3rd year, he hasn't been here that long at all.
Monty McNair's on the same trajectory as D'Lo and Casey. We all started around the same time.
That's right.
We started a couple of days after. I think Vlade was stepped down on the Friday.
Yeah.
Right? And we started the show on Monday.
Step down.
Yeah, step down. Yes.
Step down. Yeah.
A lot of people were stepping down in the Kings organization over the last few years.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I just think that's one of those. It's one of the few things that can actually cause a situation with the team. I don't think the play on the court would necessarily be a weird, situation. But, it's not just that Mike Brown was his hire. It's that Domantas Sabonis was his trade. Like Keegan Murray was his pick. The first thing he did as a general manager of the Kings was sign De'Aaron Fox to a massive extension. Yeah. So, there's 3 players left from the team he took over. And so I know there's even like people out there that think I don't like Monty McNair and that I have some issue with him because, they've like done a 180 with media availability and stuff like that. I don't have any issues with Monty McNair. I think he's done a pretty stellar job for a situation that has never been easy for anyone. And I've said it from the day he made the trade for Sabonis. That's a point where you probably got to give a guy a 2-year extension, like right away, because now you got to let him play it out. You got to let him be the guy who holds the thing together, builds the thing the right way, and all that. But like, I don't have any issues with McNair. I don't love every single deal that he's done and the path that he's taken and the decisions that he's made, but he's done a lot better job than most of the people that have come through here and worked in his position or in a position like this in the Kings organization. And you know, I think, again, like, stability is a good thing. This place has never had stability. Giving a guy 3 years, that's not stability, especially when you're talking about building out an entire program. We're talking about the Oklahoma City Thunder that are going to literally lose a bunch of games for the third straight year. Like, there's no talk at all about Sam Presti and
he's a genius.
Yeah, he's a genius, but you got a guy who's completely rebuilt and revamped the entire face of a franchise over less than 2 years. That's nuts.
Yeah. No, and I agree with you, Ham. I agree with Damian that I think something will get done. I would make sure he's locked up. But I mean, what Chester said is kind of spot on. Like, what's the confusion of everybody?
And I didn't read Chester's message out loud, by the way. He was essentially saying, if the team wins, he's here.
Yeah.
If they don't, he's not.
Maybe I'm off base. I also don't see nothing wrong with that, because and that's just the emphasis that I place on this particular season. If you can't get it done this season, everybody probably need to go. Everybody. So,
well, I've said this too, Kenny. If you are the guy who turns it around, and they haven't come to you and given you the contract offer, and you're midway through the season, you got this team 10 games over 500, I sit back and I say, you know what? We'll deal with this after the season when I'm a free agent, and I can deal with a lot of other teams that might like the fact that I just rebuilt the Sacramento Kings that missed the playoffs for 16 consecutive years. So you don't want to pay me now. We'll see what it looks like if I'm able to turn this thing all the way around. And let's see if there's a team that puts me in a better situation that might be closer to somewhere that I want to live, or in a different place. And then we'll have that discussion. But that discussion is a different discussion. It's whether you can retain me, not whether or not, whether
I believe
you're
what
give me a
James is
contract
saying
extension.
is yesterday's price is not
it's
today's
not
price.
today's price. And the Kings might go, we already got the players. Leave if you want. You already did the work.
That'd be a very Kings thing to do, for sure.
Yeah.
I don't think this is speaking out of turn. I feel like we've discussed this before. You don't have to use numbers. Monty's on the lower end of, like, if we rank general manager salaries, is he on the lower end of that? Is he closer to 30 than 1?
Yeah. And I'd even say this, like, if he is being brought back, like, I don't think he's doing it for what they're paying him now.
Right. That's kind of what I was getting at.
For that matter, like Wes Wilcox, if he were to somehow slide into the position instead, he ain't doing it for the money that they've paid him the last 2.5 years. Like, that's not the way it goes.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, we're wrapping up here, but Wes Wilcox, like, there's. Appreciate everybody who may be listening to this show. The Wes Wilcox, like, assistant general manager thing, just, I feel like he's not the assistant. I feel like he's just looming. And I always thought Wes was like a security blanket, like, in case things didn't work out with Monty. Like, oh, we got Wes Wilcox. It's fine. There's no general manager search if this doesn't work out with Monty, because we've got Wes Wilcox. That's always kind of been whether that's fair or not. It's just the way the hiring, the whole thing, it was just weird. I don't know.
That might be the way it's pitched. Like, if something does go that way in the future, like, I would say that's how it's going to be pitched. But, like, I say that's a good thought, but that's not the way, like, a good portion of the people are going to view you.
Yeah.
So, like, a lot of people are going to view you as, especially if he's able to turn this thing around. Like, hey, that's on you.
And if he does resign, Wes might be like, well, I can't get a job here. I'm out.
Go to thank God we got Nani to step in as the assistant general manager.
Thank you,
that's at Nani, who changed the fortunes of this organization. Yeah, I mean, hey, you laugh if you want to. Everything changed the day she was named the assistant general manager of the Stockton Kings. Head over to thekingsbeat.com, become a premium subscriber. You do not want to miss Off the Record. Virtual happy hour part 8. Let's get physical. Did I get that? With Pete Youngman tomorrow. You can only be a part of it if you're a premium subscriber. Go to thekingsbeat.com and make sure that you're back here with us tomorrow at noon on ESPN 1320.
Thank you, Adnani.
All right, we're clear.
Oh, boy.
Kenny, you out there?
Roddy's at it early. Welcome back, Roddy.
Hashtag thank you, Nani.
Oh, no, before that.
Oh. Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Missed you, Roddy. Roddy back at work, baby.
Yeah.
Let's go.
You're out there giving them, like, making them think that they did something right. Yeah.
Oh, man. Goodness gracious.
No, Sean, I'm drinking iced tea. It's what I'm always drinking on the show.
Yeah, he saves the old fashions. I got my smoker came. I got a whole new bar kit.
Ooh.
With like proper mixing tools and all of that stuff. But my smoker stuff came yesterday.
Nice.
Yeah, I can't wait to make my old fashioned smoke.
Very cool. Yeah, I love a good old fashioned. Actually, that sounds good tonight.
I tried to practice them this weekend. Like I haven't perfected. I got great cherries, got the bit. Like I haven't perfected the mix. Like because they always say like a splash of water, but then I get a glass at the restaurant. I was like, how did you fill this all the way up, and why is that whiskey so light? Like because it's more than a splash of water. So I'm trying to figure out the right combination.
I don't do soda water at all. I don't like it in my old fashioned. I like a dark old fashioned. So, and then like if you're using Luxardo cherries, like the really good ones with the, so use a little bit of the juice. So just when you're spooning them in, a little bit of the juice before you muddle. And then also they have those at Costco, just so you know, in a 2-pack for $25 as opposed to 20 something that you get them at Bevmo.
Okay.
So, but they go bad, so you need to make sure that, you know, it's in the fridge, but they eventually go bad too.
I even got the little fancy picks for the cherries to put in the glass.
Yeah.
KC, you wanna take care of Wizzo Mac here?
Wizzo, McQueen and the Violet Fog gin, and a little Simply Blueberry Lemonade. That's your Sacramento splash.
Ooh.
Go check that out.
That sounds
Simply
fancy.
Blueberry Lemonade, McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. Anytime you want to, anytime. I'm after Kings win, but anytime's a good time.
There you go. I've been heavy on the lime, the jalapeno limeade.
Jalapeno
Limeade. I make it from scratch, so it's like 6.5 cups of water, cup of sugar, like 2 cups of lime juice, like real lime juice. And then you drop in 2 big jalapenos, like cut in half down, you know, take the tops off, slice them down the middle, pull out the stems and the seeds. You drop them in, and then you just put a lid on the thing, let it sit for 4 hours in the fridge. And then it's really, really like heavy. So it's really good for like when I make like iced tea, like Arnold Palmer's. But with limeade instead, and it's a jalapeno, so you can taste the jalapeno on the back end, but it's not hot. It's a little spicy, but not bad.
That sounds like something you mix with tequila.
Yeah, so last night that's what I did. So when we're doing mocktails, that's why we started doing this, because my wife did the dry, like 45 days dry, and I did like 30.
That's crazy.
I used like a little bit of that, and then soda water over the top in like a pint glass with ice. And it makes a really good mocktail. But then we switched up last night, and I used tequila, and then a little bit of that, and then soda water, and it's really good, refreshing.
I just want to make sure I got this right too, Roddy. That's a dash of vanilla in the old fashioned.
Ooh,
I mean, bourbon, simple syrup, bitters. Oh man, you know vanilla's my vibe, Roddy. Come on now.
And where's your orange? You gotta have an orange in there. Got to muddle the orange a little. Yeah.
You
Sounds good,
muddle
though.
the orange?
Yeah, you can muddle the orange, and then you can just do the orange over the top. Like if you do a muddle,
Yeah, I normally do the orange over the top.
you can muddle the orange and the cherry with the sugar, and then you can strain it and clear all that stuff up.
You know what I realized is the true key to the old fashioned is I always thought it's the sugar. Like all of the old fashions I was drinking in New York, like, man, this is good. This is sweet. It's the sugar cube that goes in it. And part of the reason I brought the bar kit was I didn't have a muddler.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I got
a couple of muddlers here.
All right, Roddy, I'm gonna try that.
Stuff.
I'm on it, Roddy. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it with the vanilla and the cherry. That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, I mean, you can. I put an orange slice on the top of mine, but if you're not going to use like an orange bitters, you can also muddle with an orange and then strain it when you put it back in. So, especially if you're going to muddle, like a lot of people like to muddle the cherry as well.
I got a strainer now too. Just
yeah,
on top, pour it over. I'm gonna be a bartender like T-Pain.
Oh yeah, yeah. I
you know T-Pain, James. You know T-Pain.
Yeah, I think he's been to Golden One a couple of times.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I still don't know who he is, but yeah.
That's okay.
That's all right.
I'm sorry.
Ooh, Roddy, that sounds good.
All these tweets about the student loan forgiveness situation.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody said it perfect. All the right people are pissed off right now. That's how it lets you know it's a good thing. Yeah. All the people are pissed off. It's like, oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
we know who's been holding it back a long this time too, probably.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a trade, right? If everyone isn't pissed about the trade, somebody got ripped off.
Well, like I saw a tweet. I don't know who. He's a political commentator. I paid off all my student loan debt, and I absolutely unequivocally support forgiving other people's loan debt because I'm not a ghoul who derives his worth by how much other people suffer.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So I always do this with politically based stories. I'll take a quick peek at what it looks like now, but I did it this morning when this news broke because I was so curious. I'm going to see if you can still do it. I went to CNN to see the headline. Oh yeah. It's not as cartoonish as it was this morning, but right now it says CNN says how to qualify for Biden's student loan debt. The president proposal includes debt forgiveness up to $20,000. Go over to Fox News. White House has no answer about whose tab Biden's $300 trillion student debt handout is going on, and the big question is who is paying for all of this.
Did you see the list of Republican senators and congressmen that had their PPP loans forgiven and how much that was?
Ooh.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah. I think one of them was like $3.9 million in PPP loans they had forgiven.
Good.
So, yeah. So, they're pissed about 10 grand. And like, I think again, like people who have a lot more than that in student loan debt, they should be pissed too. Like everyone's going to be pissed about this.
I know this is just pie in the sky talk, just to wipe it all out. Like you're not even going to see that money. You know what I mean? Like the debt, like you're not going to see it. So why do you keep hanging this over people's heads and keeping them from being able to progress in life when it's you can't get all that back. Like I'm saying, there are people who will be able to pay them back, but the overall debt that they say they have, you're not seeing. That's not going to get caught up. So
yeah, my wife's an attorney. I mean, we've had 6-figure student loan debt for almost 2 decades, and it's not 6 figures anymore, but it's still huge. And like that, even if the 10K did hit, it wouldn't make that much of a dent.
Right.
Like, okay, what does that mean? You're still, it's still more than a car payment a month.
That's right.
So forever. And I know some people, like they made every payment and for 10 years and they paid down, like a small portion of it. Yeah. And the interest is like some people owe more now than they did when they actually took it out.
Right.
And they made all their payments.
Gross,
so,
man. That's
yeah.
gross.
Dirty game, man.
That's gross.
Yeah, it's tough. So everyone wants their kid to go to school, and like you want everyone to go to go get as much education as you can because it helps you get a better job. But it doesn't matter how much you make, you still spend it. I mean, I'm sure that there's some cap somewhere where, like, if you make over $2 million a year, then you have a difficult time spending it all. But like, it doesn't matter how much you make. You always, like, unless you're really, really good with money, you're gonna spend a good portion of it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, having kids, that's not easy. It's expensive. Yeah.
Can't relate. Yeah. All right, we will we'll say goodbye. Are we doing yeah, we're doing I think we're doing an extra 6 to 7 to 8 to 10 to 11 minutes tomorrow before the 49ers game. So that'll be fun.
Around a little longer.
Yeah.
Oh, and Sean and Brendan and I are gonna do a live podcast tonight at 9. So if you guys want some
there we go.
tonight, the Kings Beat podcast will be tonight I think we're gonna go live at 9 o'clock.
Okay, so if you're not a subscriber yet, and I'm quite confident you guys are, head over to thekingsbeat.com on YouTube and set your alerts. They'll alert you as soon as James hits live. You'll get the alert, and you can tap in for some Kings coverage tonight. Appreciate you guys as always, man. Another fun day. Dr. David, you a wild dude, boy. We'll see you guys tomorrow.